Chapter 351, Divine Capital. The Divine Capital City was the largest city in the Tai Divine Kingdom's Jing state. It was situated close to the Cloud Wilderness. Back when Yi Yun first came out of the Cloud Wilderness, his first stop was the Divine Capital. When the airship floated above the Divine Capital's airspace, Yi Yun stood by a window, looking down at the bustling city. When he left the Cloud Wilderness, he never expected that he would go to the Tai Divine City, using the Divine Capital as a stopover. Now, 1.5 years later, he was returning to the Divine Capital to use it as a stopover to return to the Cloud Wilderness. This really was returning back to the starting point. The only difference now was that Yi Yun's strength was completely incomparable to last time. However, it was a pity that Yi Yun was powerless against the vast beast horde that could destroy several divine kingdoms. The airship landed on a platform in the Divine Capital City. Such a large airship was not often seen even in the bustling Divine Capital. People stopped to look as they found the sight of the huge airship fascinating. The Divine Capital looked like it was still thriving. It was early in the morning, so Yi Yun could see the morning bird merchants shuttling through the streets. He saw store owners preparing to begin their businesses. He saw bearded, old men sitting under a tree to avoid the sun. More and more citizens of the Divine Capital walked onto the streets. Some were walking leisurely while others were in a hurry. They all began their day's life. They still had not heard the news of the impending beast horde. Not to mention the Divine Capital, even the Imperial City had not been informed of this. Those that knew that there was a beast horde outbreak which the Divine City was incapable of resisting were limited to the royal family, the Imperial Capital's family clans and several reclusive family clans. This information could not be made public, or there would be utter chaos. The Tai Divine Kingdom had 1 trillion citizens, so it was impossible to evacuate them all. In desperation, they might even attack the army, mobbing the administrative offices and the teleportation arrays between the larger cities. If that were to happen, not to mention that the citizens would not be able to escape, this would also cause the Divine Kingdom to become paralyzed. Currently, the only thing the Tai Divine Kingdom could do was to defend against the beast horde at all costs. If they could not defend against it, they could only send the Divine Kingdom's future hope, the Divine City's elites, into the Cloud Wilderness. As for the Divine Kingdom's citizens, they could only be left behind. Yi Yun, I am leaving, Luo Horror said to Yi Yun after the airship landed. She had received news from her family clan's branch. She was to leave the Tai Divine Kingdom. Take care. Yi Yun nodded. Let us meet if we are fated. Luo Horror looked at Yi Yun while contemplating if she should say something. In the end, she only said those words. Beside her was her maid servant Donger. Donger stared at Yi Yun with her pair of dark eyes. Elder brother Yi Yun, you must survive. Little Donger said. Yes, I will. Yi Yun revealed a smile. The present situation was really quite depressing for him. With old friends departing, the country being on the brink of disaster, and the fates of his masters and seniors unknown. After Luo Hoyer left, Yi Yun wandered the Divine Capital streets alone. He stepped on the solid green stone-paved streets. The morning dew was still on these green stone. Between the stone's crevices, there were green moss that made it look like lush greenery. These green stones had witnessed all sorts of people. They had witnessed prosperity and hardship, joys and sorrows. Every stone was like a thick history book that encompassed the long history of the Divine Capital City, ever since its creation. However, this history might shortly cease to exist. There would no longer be laughter and talking in these streets. The flowers and greenery would no longer exist. Just thinking about it made Yi Yun sigh. There were more and more pedestrians out on the streets. Yi Yun saw an old woman pushing a pancake cart as she sold pancakes. He saw a young girl tiptoeing to choose candy. It was hard to believe that all of these honest people would turn into a pile of bones in just a few months. They were pitiful. they still did not know that a disaster was looming. It was definitely a tragedy, a sorrow of the masses. I want to take a trip home. My home is here, Yi-Yun said to a law enforcer not far behind him. Oh? The law enforcer hesitated for a while. He never expected that the divine capital city would be Yi-Yun's home. There was military discipline in the military, and at this moment, they had received orders to be on standby, waiting to stay behind and defend, or evacuate to the Cloud Wilderness. If the army was dispersed, there might be incidents, or even leaked news. Initially, the law enforcer did not want to agree. However, Yi-Yun's status was special. After some thought he said, "Return as soon as possible. Remember, you are not to leak the news of the beast horde. This is a military order." "I know." Yi-Yun nodded. Although he could not bear to see these common citizens die from ignorance, telling them would not help. The divine city had not abandoned them. Many sages and human lords were fighting for them, sacrificing themselves. Unfortunately, there were plenty of times when human power lacked the ability to defy heaven. Lord Law Enforcer, Yi-Yun hesitated for a while before saying, "If we are to evacuate to the Cloud Wilderness, can I bring a few people?" Yi-Yun could not abandon Jiang Xiao. There was also Zhou Xiaoke. He could not bear to let such a cute young girl die in the belly of a desolate beast. The law enforcer slightly frowned. "Are you bringing a warrior or a mortal?" He had roughly guessed that Yi-Yun likely wanted to bring along his family members. Mortals. All right, the law enforcer was not surprised. As a person with a commoner background, Yi-Yun's family was naturally made up of mortals. You can bring some, but it will be limited to a very small number. You should know that it will be very troublesome to evacuate to the Cloud Wilderness while bringing along mortals. Yes. Thank you. Yi-Yun thanked him as he rushed towards the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. Yi-Yun was extremely anxious about being able to meet Jiang Xiao shortly. Jiang Xiao was the first family member he had ever since he came to this alternate world. In the Cloud Wilderness, when Yi-Yun was still lacking in strength, he and Jiang Xiao had spent those tough days together, with only each other as kins. The Soft Clouds Mountain Manor was about 50 kilometers away from the divine capital, so Yi-Yun arrived there in 15 minutes. When he saw the big manor, it appeared to be even more glamorous than when he left. The red lacquer door, with the shiny bronze ingots and the two large stone lions in front of it, made the place look substantial. "Stop, who is there?" Two servants who were guarding the door did not recognize Yi-Yun at all. They tried to stop Yi-Yun, but Yi-Yun did not even bother to answer them. With a flash, he entered the mountain manor. The two servants were still standing at the entrance with their mouths agape. The person in front of them had instantly disappeared. They looked at each other, wondering if they had seen wrongly. The inside of the manor was lined with red bricks and green tiles. Several hundred-year-old trees blocked the sun, and between all the pavilions were rockery and greenery. It was a very beautiful landscape. Yi-Yun was in no mood to see this. He knew where Jiang Xiao stayed in, focusing his hearing so that, within a 100-meter radius, he could hear even a worm burrowing in the ground. Soon, he locked onto Jiang Xiao's position. With a flash of his figure, Yi-Yun arrived in an exquisite garden. In this small courtyard, Yi-Yun saw a girl in green holding a watering can as she watered the flowers. Yi-Yun immediately recognized this young girl in green as it was his elder sister, Jiang Xiao. After not having seen her once in the last 1.5 years, Jiang Xiao, who had now eaten exquisite and nourishing food in the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, now looked even more graceful. She no longer looked like her undeveloped self from back then. Her skin had become even smoother and delicate, like creamy jade. Her figure was slim but curvy. She gave off a spring-like feeling. "Sis Xiao!" Yi-Yun loudly shouted. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotion. He had thought that after he went to the Tai Divine City, he would become a dragon amongst men and then have a glorious homecoming. He thought he could give his sister a title of first-grade princess, or some title of lady, allowing her to live the life of a noble young mistress in the future. If he had a chance, he would get her some magical elixirs, allowing her to reach a certain martial arts realm and gain eternal youth. However, he never expected that, although he had been outstanding in the Tai Divine City, he could not have a glorious homecoming. He returned to the divine capital as a refugee. Indeed, the phrase, "the god of destiny makes fools of the people," was true. Yoon. Yooner? Jiang Xioro looked in disbelief at the sudden appearance of this youth that was taller than her by a half a head. Although Yun had grown taller and his body had become more muscular, they had spent every day together since they were young. No matter how much Yun changed, Jiang Xioro could recognize him immediately. However, she could not believe that Yun would so suddenly return home. She had not received any prior news to this. It really is Yuner. Jiang Xioro was so overjoyed that she dropped her watering can and scurried forward to stand in front of Yun. "You have grown tall." Jiang Xioro touched Yun's face while her eyes became moist. When Yun left, he was shorter than Jiang Xioro, but now, other than looking slightly boyish, he completely looked like an adult. To Jiang Xioro, she did not care if Yun obtained many achievements or reaching whatever cultivation realm. As long as he returned home safe and sound, allowing her to see more of him, she would be satisfied. "Sis Xioro, I have something to tell you," Yun said hurriedly. "What is it? What is the rush?" Jiang Xioro was a very sensitive woman. She was overjoyed upon seeing Yun's sudden return. However, with some thought, how could Yun suddenly traverse millions of miles back home before finishing his training in the Divine City? There was no prior news to this, which made it somewhat unusual. And from Yun's expression, it seemed as if something had happened. Jiang Xioro's expression turned solemn. "We will talk in the house." Yun pulled Jiang Xioro's hand. Yun could not bring everyone from the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. He could only bring a few along. Author's note: transitional plots aren't easy to write, so this chapter was released a bit late. Chapter 352, The Glimmer of Hope. Yun set up a simple sound isolation energy barrier in Jiang Xioro's boudoir. He then told her everything about the beast horde. The more Jiang Xioro heard, the more alarmed she became. What Yun was telling her was truly unbelievable. A 100,000 feet tall long Gui behemoth? How big was that? Jiang Xioro had heard of beast hordes more than once while they were living in the Cloud Wilderness. However, she had never encountered one. Today, the beast horde Yun told her about was unexpectedly a super beast horde that could wipe out the entire Tai Divine Kingdom. Jiang Xioro had gotten a clear idea of how big the Tai Divine Kingdom was over the past year. Such a vast country could actually be destroyed? It sounded incredulous. "Sis Xioro, you cannot tell others of what I told you. Follow me to the army campgrounds and bring Zhou Xiaoke, Aunt Wang and Uncle Zhou with you. This is probably the largest number of people I can take with me." Yun believed the law enforcer would accommodate him bringing 4 people along. Yun did not know what would await him in this travel back to the Cloud Wilderness. For such a large divine kingdom to hole up in a barren land like the Cloud Wilderness, was it planning to become a Cloud Wilderness tribe in the future? For a large divine kingdom to become a tribe was just ironic. Only 4 people? Jiang Xioro could not bear it. What about the people who were left behind? However, she knew she was unable to change anything and could only nod. "I got it." Jiang Xioro followed Yun and stayed within the Jin Longwei campground. Now, the Jin Longwei campground was the temporary residence of the Tai Divine City's elites. With the looming presence of the beast horde, Yen Menglong and the other Jin Longwei superiors of Yun had all been deployed to the front lines. For days, the campground's atmosphere was extremely depressing. Everyone was waiting for the order to come down, as if they were waiting for the decree of fate. And today, the order finally came. However, they were not to head to the Cloud Wilderness, but to rush to the Chu Prefecture city. To the Chu Prefecture city? People were confused as they did not know why they were going to the Chu Prefecture city for at this moment. The Chu Prefecture city was not near the Cloud Wilderness, it was actually closer to the Divine Wilderness. Could it be that the Tai Divine City had been successfully defended? People could not help but have such thoughts as this was the outcome they wished to see the most. When Yi Yun learned of their destination, he slightly frowned. He had heard of the Chu Prefecture city. It was the fief of the Chu royal residence. It was also the Chu royal residence's largest city in the Chu Prefecture. Yi Yun did not have a good impression of the Chu royal residence. Previously, his enemies, Yang Yefeng, Yang Dingquan and company were all from the Chu royal residence. Regardless of that, an order was an order. Yi Yun followed everyone as they flew towards the Chu Prefecture city. Jiang Shiro and company were also brought along by Yi Yun. Following that, it was another boring journey. Through these days, they were constantly on the move, not knowing what their future fate would be. The airship went through one teleportation array after another, slowly closing in on the Chu Prefecture city. However, at this moment, people on the airship's deck saw another airship fly alongside them in the air. This was an airship they had never seen before. It did not belong to the Tai Divine Kingdom, nor any of the other large factions. This airship was black in color and its surface was engraved with complicated red runes. As the airship flew, these runes shimmered with a rhythm. They exuded a mysterious and ancient feeling. Clearly, the red runes were some form of esoteric array, but the law enforcer in charge of the journey from the divine capital, who happened to be proficient in arrays, did not understand it at all. The airship was about 1,000 feet long, but its volume was not too ludicrous in size. However, when the airship's keel came in sight, a law enforcer who was proficient in the Desolate Heaven technique became greatly alarmed. The heel is made of primordial species ribs. The keel of an airship's main backbone was a straight beam. Along the beam were several crescent-shaped bones that formed the curvature of the keel. This shape was in fact similar to a human sternum and ribs. If a large primordial species sternum and ribs were used to construct an airship's keel, then the quality of that boat would be obvious. However, in practice, the corpses of primordial species are extremely precious. The precious bones of the species were usually used to refine desolate bone relics, so who would be willing to use them to construct an airship? Besides, for an airship of this size meant that the primordial species must have exceeded 1,000 feet in size. It was definitely a horrific existence that could cast away mountains and upset the sea, bringing about Armageddon. Even a peak sage might not be able to kill such a beast. Such precious bones were used to construct an airship? A few law enforcers became extremely alarmed. The Tai Divine Kingdom had a few similar grade primordial species corpses, but they were all placed in the Wilderness Divine Hall for the Tai Divine City cultivators to use for cultivation. How could they be so extravagant and use them to construct an airship? What faction is this? People started wondering. However, in times of peril, no matter what mysterious power it is, it will certainly bring imagination and hope to people. At this moment, the black airship accelerated as it flew towards the Chu Prefecture city, leaving them behind. They too are going to the Chu Prefecture city? Look, there are words on the back of the airship. People focused their gaze and saw ancient characters on the back of the airship. Two large blood-red words were written, Shintu. The Shintu family clan. Could it be? When people saw this surname, they all held their breaths. If this was a few months back, no one on the airship would have known who the Shintu family clan was. However, now, because of the shepherd boy, they all knew it clearly. The Shintu family clan was an ancient family clan in the western regions. Their heritage was unimaginably deep that far exceeded that of the Tai Divine Kingdom. And when the shepherd boy first appeared, it was in the western regions. He had once stirred up a vast beast horde in the western regions, and at that time, the Shintu family clan had resisted against the beast horde. Although the Shintu family clan was greatly weakened after the beast horde, they still managed to hold on. A family clan which had been able to defend against the shepherd boy. It really is the Shintu family clan. People from the Shintu family clan have come. Right, they have a feud with the shepherd boy. We might be saved. Thinking of this history, people were overjoyed. It could be said that the shepherd boy and the Shintu family clan would fight to the bitter end. Now, with the shepherd boy appearing once again, the Shintu family clan had taken the initiative to send someone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. For the Shintu family clan to appear now, it no doubt brought a glimmer of hope to the despairing Tai Divine Kingdom. Ah, this is great. Looks like our orders to head to the Chu Prefecture city is likely because of the Shintu family clan. A law enforcer, who was usually serious, became excited and started to cheer. Even with the Shintu family clan joining, the war would still be extremely difficult with obscene amounts of bloodshed. However, it gave them hope of winning the war. On the airship, Yi Yun gave a sigh of relief. It was best if they did not need to flee into the cloud wilderness. Disembark the airship. No one had time to appreciate the magnificence of the Chu Prefecture city after they landed. They had received orders to immediately head to the Chu royal residence's main hall. And this time, they received precise information that stated that the people from the Shintu family clan had arrived. They were planning to assist the Tai Divine Kingdom in withstanding the beast horde. There are kindred spirits to be found in the human world. In this savage world, human forces have to be united. A law enforcer said from the bottom of his heart. Who can refute that? We humans are weak, so we need to unite to prosper. Things are now great. The law enforcers leading the group were overjoyed. They brought the young Tai Divine Kingdom elites to meet the Shintu family clan's ambassadors. Not every elite had this qualification. It was only limited to Yi Yun, Yao Dao, Yang Qian, Xu Xiaoran and company. Many of the others looked at Yi Yun and company with envy. To be able to meet the ambassadors of an ancient yet powerful family clan was an extremely glorious matter. Not only did it broaden one's views, but getting to know mighty figures and gaining the appreciation of the mighty figures would allow one's path to become smoother in the future. There were all sorts of unexpected benefits. Of course, they were only envious, they had no contempt. Only people like Yi Yun and company had the right to represent the Tai Divine Kingdom. If they were sent, they would only be humiliating themselves in front of the ancient family clan. In a while, rouse yourselves up. The higher-ups have instructed that you are to seriously handle the Shintu family clan if they are to question you. You must not let down the Tai Divine Kingdom's reputation. A law enforcer ordered. The higher-ups had just sent down the command. Yi Yun especially, for he was the most presentable talent the Tai Divine Kingdom had to offer. They had to leave a good impression on the ambassadors from an ancient family clan. The ambassadors had to know that the Tai Divine Kingdom was thriving with strong warriors in every generation. Only by letting them know that the younger generation of elites were extraordinary in strength could they show them the value of cooperation. Yes, I got it. Yi Yun nodded. He knew very well that this meeting between the Shintu family clan and the Tai Divine Kingdom in the Chu Prefecture city was extremely important. The fate of the Tai Divine Kingdom relied on it. Whether the Tai Divine Kingdom could survive this ordeal relied on the attitude of the Shintu family clan to a great extent. Author's note: there will only be one update today. There will be 3 updates tomorrow to make up for it. As this is involving the main plot, I'm a bit slow writing it. Chapter 353, Young Master Nantian. The Grand Chu royal residence was filled with palatial towers everywhere. The main hall was situated in the King Chu Tower that stood magnificently high in the sky. Currently, the sun was setting in the west, enveloping the sky in a red glow. The tall King Chu Tower was covered by a layer of golden light, making one feel like they were in an immortal paradise. Before Yi Yun followed the law enforcers into the King Chu Tower, he saw the Shintu family clan's airship. It was docked in the square in front of the King Chu Tower, and surrounding it were Shintu family clan guards. These guards looked strong and sturdy. Their breathing was restrained, making it difficult to estimate their strength. They stood there motionless like wooden poles. As they all uniformly wore the same type of Shintu family clan armor, it was majestic at a glance. When Yi Yun and company walked past them, all of them continued looking straight, clearly following regimental discipline. This made Yi Yun secretly surprised. He roughly estimated that these soldiers were no weaker than the Tai A Divine City instructors. However, in the Tai A Divine City, once people reached that amount of strength, they would have great freedom and a high status. However, in the Shintu family clan, these people could only become soldiers and guards. This was the difference between a large faction and a small faction. Although the people were of the same cultivation level and those in a small faction could lead a more comfortable life, they would lose more opportunities and resources. Their horizons were more narrow, so there were people who were willing to serve a large faction, even if they were to be a normal soldier. The Shintu family clan has such military prowess and such regimental discipline. It's much stronger than the Tai A Divine Kingdom. Yi Yun thought in his mind. He felt more confident of being able to withstand this beast horde. Stepping through the King Chu Tower's door, he was met with a solemn atmosphere in the main hall. The ground was paved with inscribed stones. Not only they were harder than steel, they formed a very pretty pattern on the surface. It looked beautiful and noble. Yi Yun saw that further in the hall, there was a young man dressed in a traditional costume. His clothes were green in color, and there was a hairband on his head. His skin was white, and his forehead was revealed. His face had a healthy red shine to it. In a subtle way, Yi Yun could feel that in the middle of his eyebrows, there was a hint of purple air. Purple air comes from the east was a symbol of innate royalty. This youth's dress sense was simple and his breathing was very deep and composed. He did not seem to have any airs to him, and he seemed very amiable. Beside the youth, there were two elders who wore golden robes. They were both very respectful to the youth. Yi Yun noticed that although the two elders were sitting on chairs, they only sat on a third of the seat. Their backs were upright, and this was a sign of humility. Yi Yun did not recognize the two elders, but one of the elders was wearing a golden python robe, thus Yi Yun recognized him. A golden python could be said to be a python, but it actually resembled a dragon. It had 4 claws, which was one less claw than a dragon, so a golden python could be said to be a 4-clawed dragon. In the Tai A Divine Kingdom, only those who were given the title of king could wear a 4-clawed golden dragon robe. For example, Chu Xiaoran's father was a defender duke, which was one level lower than King Chu's noble rank, hence he could not wear such a robe. In other words, the elder wearing a golden python robe was King Chu himself. For a young man to be able to receive such respect from King Chu made it certain that he was from the Shintu family clan. And amongst the Shintu family clan, he probably did not have a low status. Yi Yun noticed that King Chu was showing heartfelt respect to the youth himself, and not because of the faction behind him. Other than those 3 people sitting in the Great Hall, the rest were left standing. Yi Yun noticed that amongst those who stood, there were some teenage boys and girls wearing uniforms. These young people were clearly from the Shintu family clan, and they were likely the talented juniors from the Shintu family clan. There were other older followers and family generals, but all of them treated the youth in green as their leader. Young Master Nantian, these are the young elites of our Tai A Divine Kingdom, please take a look. King Chu pointed at Yi Yun and company. The youth in green casually glanced at them and his gaze stopped for a short while on Yi Yun. Not bad, young Master Nantian smiled and nodded. When a country is in danger, being born in this chaotic times is unfortunate, but it is also lucky. If all of you can survive it, then this will be your fortuitous opportunity. Make sure to take advantage of it. Young Master Nantian gave a simple evaluation. His voice was like powerful spring pool, which made many of the Tai A Divine Kingdom's favored children of heaven feel as if they were put upon a pedestal. These days, all these teenage boys and girls had slowly understood how vast the world was. They were located in a corner, and they had limited horizons. Originally, as a figure of such stature, young Master Nantian would not concern himself with a bunch of geniuses from a small country, as they were nothing. Unexpectedly, young Master Nantian had even given them a good evaluation, making them feel encouraged. This young Master Nantian does not have any heirs. Right, I never expected him to encourage us. What a pleasure. A few youths began discussing using Yuan Qi transmissions. Some of the young girls even looked at young Master Nantian with a hint of admiration and idolization. For a favored son of heaven from a powerful background to be this charming and strong, he easily moved the hearts of the young girls. My Chu royal residence's family generals, the Tai Divine Kingdom sages, and all these young proud children of heaven will listen to young Master Nantian's orders. King Chu respectfully said. At this moment, the Tai Divine Kingdom was struggling, so naturally it was very courteous to the Shintu family clan, which was like a life-saving straw. All right. Young Master Nantian responded lightly. My Shintu family clan has come to the Tai Divine Kingdom for two things. Firstly, it is to clear the beast horde set off by the shepherd boy to settle my feud with him. Secondly, it is to discuss some matters with the Tai Divine Kingdom. As young Master Nantian spoke, he flipped his right hand slightly, and in his hand, a red stone appeared from out of nowhere. He picked the gem out of his right hand and swiped it across all the people in the room. This gem emitted a light that put people in a dreamy state. If one looked at it, they would not even realize that their spirit was being sucked in. Many of the favored children of heaven were alarmed and hurriedly stopped looking at it. King Chu was stunned, not knowing what young Master Nantian was doing. Desolate Mirror Stone. Young Master Nantian said calmly, people from the human race and desolate race look no different. There is no way to distinguish them on the surface. Only this desolate mirror stone can detect the desolate race's signature. This is to prevent spies from the desolate race being amongst us. When young Master Nantian said this, King Chu's expression changed. He smiled dryly. How is that possible? My Chu Prefecture city is a long distance away from the divine wilderness. Besides, these are geniuses reared by the Tai Divine City. We know their roots, so they can't be of the desolate race. Impossible? Young Master Nantian chuckled and stood up. How many people from the desolate race have you interacted with before? You are just guessing. The desolate race is cunning, cruel, and bloodthirsty. On the way here, I have confirmed that there are more than one member of the desolate race in the Chu Prefecture city. My guess is that the plan to set off the beast horde to destroy the Tai Divine Kingdom has been prepared by the desolate race for a long time. Many years ago, the desolate race might have sent numerous spies to infiltrate all corners of the Tai Divine Kingdom. Hearing young Master Nantian saying it so surely, the people in the Great Hall looked at each other. The Tai Divine Kingdom had been infiltrated by desolate race spies? And there were that many? Originally, their impression of the desolate race was only that of the shepherd boy. It was synonymous with powerful, mysterious, bloodthirsty, and cruel. As for the other members of the desolate race, they had never thought of them before. But, young Master Nantian suddenly switched gears. I'm curious. With the shepherd boy's strength, he can destroy the Tai Divine Kingdom by himself. I do not understand why he sent spies out beforehand. I'm afraid that his goal of attacking the Tai Divine Kingdom is not that simple. Young Master Nantian sighed slightly as he seemed to be in deep thought. Yun's mind began cranking when he heard this. When he was in the Tai Divine City, he had seen the shepherd boy lead the beast horde to attack the city with his own eyes. Back then, the shepherd boy had indeed said, I have something to do. I do not truly want to destroy the Tai Kingdom, but unfortunately, the few countries around the divine wilderness are hindering me from doing what I want to do. As such, I can only annihilate them. The fact that this young Master Nantian had managed to reach this conclusion from all sorts of small clues showed how capable he was. Young Master Nantian carried on, "Everyone, remember this. The desolate race's blood is silver in color. If you detect any people with silver blood, you are to immediately report it to me. The desolate race may look human, but they are in fact not human. In essence, they are desolate beasts. The desolate race is innately cruel and prone to killing. They do not have any concept of mercy. They kill people like they are cutting grass. Hence, do not treat the desolate race as humans. Desolate race and humans are arch-rivals, just as humans are arch-rivals with desolate beasts. You can say that we are irreconcilable. The desolate race's silver blood is of great use to humans. The corpses of high-ranked desolate race members are much more valuable than primordial species. And moving up, the blood of king-ranked desolate race members are far superior than primordial true spirits. And king-ranked desolate race members are not the strongest amongst the desolate race. The most important point is that the blood of desolate race members have mild energies. They are not like the blood of primordial species that can cause damage to one's meridians. If any one of you discovers a desolate race, and report them to me, I will give you a portion of the desolate race's blood. Therefore, I had previously mentioned that this war is a fortuitous opportunity for all of you. Now, you should understand why. After young Master Nantian said all this, the young elites present were moved. The value of a high-ranked desolate race member's blood exceeded that of primordial species? Furthermore, there were even king-ranked desolate race members that exceeded primordial true spirits. The concept of a primordial true spirit had been deeply engraved in their hearts. Back when the shepherd boy led the beast horde to attack the city, the giant turtle that shocked many was a primordial true spirit. Then, what sort of value did the blood have that even a primordial true spirit paled in comparison? Alright, that will be all for today. There are no spies amongst us. From now on, the city gates have to be closed as we first find the spy. Young Master Nantian said as his mouth suffused into a confident smile. The shepherd boy, who had previously stirred up a bloody storm in the western regions, was an archenemy that had nearly killed his parents and himself. Now, he wanted to make the shepherd boy know what it meant to atone with one's blood. Chapter 354, Spy. The Chu Prefecture city was on lockdown. People began going door to door to search for the desolate race's spy. A lot of desolate mirror stones were handed out. The Shintu family clan and people from the Chu royal residence were also searching. However, not a single desolate race was found after a few days. Some people suspected that Shintu Nantian was being overly sensitive. If I said that they exist, then they exist. My intuition is not wrong. I have previously seen some desolate race members with very pure blood, and I have used the pure blood elixirs of the desolate race, so I have a vague sense of the existence of a desolate race. Now, I have already sensed them, so there must be a desolate race lurking here. You must carry on searching. Shintu Nantian was extremely confident of his judgment. The desolate mirror stone was not omniscient. When a desolate race member's strength reached a certain realm, they would be able to hide their signature. As such, it would not be surprising that the desolate mirror stone was not able to detect anything. And the stronger and purer the desolate race's blood was, the more valuable it was. This time, the Shintu family clan had sent several top experts. They were not afraid of the desolate race's strength, they were only afraid that the desolate race blood would be impure. Let me extract a high-ranking desolate race's life-giving blood to refine into elixirs. I will use their corpses as a sacrifice to my clansmen who died that year. Shintu Nantian rubbed his interspatial ring as a cold beam flashed in his eyes. He had made it his life's goal to slaughter the whole desolate race. As long as he killed the whole desolate race, then the desolate beasts would not be able to form into a super beast horde, so it was insufficient to cause fear. Using the blood of a desolate race member to refine into elixirs, in a small courtyard in the Chu royal residence, Yi-Yun was sitting on a long bench as he watched the leaves fall from a 100-year-old tree. This looked like one of the courtyards that one of the Chu royal residence's palace girls lived in. There was even a swing in the courtyard. However, no one knew where the girl had gone, so Yi-Yun and Jiang Xiao were assigned to live in it. There were too many people that had entered the Chu prefecture city. Although the Chu royal residence was large, it was quickly filled up. It was extremely difficult to be assigned a residence with a courtyard for a single person like Yi-Yun. Are you biased against using desolate blood to refine into elixirs? Chu Xiaoran was sitting opposite Yi-Yun. These days, against the beast horde, Chu Xiaoran would occasionally look for Yi-Yun to chat with so as to relieve her stress. She did not have many friends in the Tai Divine City. Xiaoniu was one, while Yi-Yun was the second. There will be at least some. The desolate race look no different to humans, so to use the desolate race's blood to refine into elixirs makes me somewhat uncomfortable with the thought. Yi-Yun spoke with some deliberation, despite Shintu Nantian having previously said that members of the desolate race should not be treated as humans, and instead, they should be treated like a type of desolate beast. Chu Xiaoran said, the desolate race is cruel and they have killed countless numbers of people. The shepherd boy looks like a neighborly youth, but underneath his skin, he is extremely cruel. The ancients describe death feuds as wishing only to eat one's flesh and drink one's blood, so I don't think it's too much. What Chu Xiaoran said was not unreasonable, but Yi-Yun recalled a phrase from his previous life, there, we shall feast on barbarian flesh and drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Now, Shintu Nanshan's feud with the desolate race was probably similar to the famous General Yu Fei. Right, you must be careful of Yang Yefeng and Yang Dingkuan. They have returned to the Chu royal residence and the Chu royal residence is their turf. Chu Xiaoran suddenly remembered Yi-Yun's feud with the Chu royal residence's children. Yes, I know. I will be careful. In the Tai Divine City, Yi-Yun could not do anything to Yang Yefeng and company and vice versa due to the Divine City's rules. However, now in the Chu royal residence, Yi-Yun had to be on the watch. Thankfully, be it Yang Dingkuan or Yang Yefeng, they were just juniors in the Chu royal residence. They could not affect those who held power in the Chu royal residence with their own intentions. As Yi-Yun was thinking, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Oh? What happened? Yi-Yun focused and listened. He heard people shouting like they had caught a desolate race spy and were prepared to submit it to Shintu Nantian to gain credit. They have caught a desolate race spy? Chu Xiaoran also heard the commotion. She was pleasantly surprised as she stood up. However, beside Chu Xiaoran, Yi-Yun's expression seemed to change. Why? His body flashed as he rushed out of the small courtyard. This is the desolate race spy? How can it be so weak? Didn't young Master Nantian say that the desolate race spy should be very strong? Ha, who cares? The desolate mirror stone is so bright, so it can't be wrong. Let's send the news now. There were 2 Chu royal residences guards. One of them lit a voice transmission charm and directly sent the information. This had happened only about 100 meters away from Yi-Yun's tiny courtyard, so Yi-Yun reached here in a flash. And what Yi-Yun saw made him freeze. 2 large and sturdy Chu royal residences guards were surrounding a girl dressed in green. She was his sister, Jiang Xiao. Sis Xiao. How is this possible? Yi-Yun's heartbeat stagnated as he couldn't believe it. I'm not a desolate race spy, I'm not. Jiang Xiao was curled up in the corner of a wall. Beside her was the basket she had dropped. In it were fresh vegetables and eggs that were scattered all over the ground. Originally, she had gone to the Chu royal residence to obtain some ingredients so as to prepare a meal for Yi-Yun, but she was stopped by these 2 guards. The stone they had emitted a red glow, and they had insisted that she was a desolate race spy. Oomph, you sure can act. One of the guards grinned. As a Tai Divine Kingdom warrior, and knowing the cause and effect of the beast horde, they hated the desolate race to the bone. Without the desolate race, would they have been in such a state? Let me see how long you can act. A guard raised his hand as he was about to slap Jiang Xiao's face. This guard's cultivation level was in the Yuan Foundation realm. This slap of his was enough to fall a large tree. Seeing the slap reaching her, Jiang Xiao curled into a ball as she closed her eyes. She was filled with panic and despair. Stop it! Yi Yun's body flashed and appeared beside the guard like lightning. He reached out his hand and grabbed the guard's hand. You, what are you doing? Yi Yun had recently broken into the Yuan Foundation and his strength exceeded similarly ranked warriors. Yi Yun's grab hurt the guard. The guard's expression changed slightly as he never expected the youth to be that strong. He struggled to free himself from Yi Yun, but Yi Yun's hand was like an iron cast. The more he struggled, the more his wrist hurt. He was a bit afraid as he said cowardly, "Don't tell me you are trying to protect a desolate race spy?" Yuner. Jiang Xiao opened her eyes and she saw Yi Yun standing before her. She cried tears of joy. Yuner, I'm not a spy, I really am not. Jiang Xiao's voice slightly trembled. She was a very ordinary girl. She had only been trying to get some ingredients before encountering this attack on her. You are Yi Yun? A guard recognized Yi Yun, whose identity was extremely shocking. So you are Yi Yun. So what if you are Yi Yun? She is a desolate race spy, as if you can protect her. Although he knew Yi Yun's identity and was lacking confidence, his anger had caused him to verbally attack Yi Yun as his wrist was hurting badly. Yi Yun stood in front of Jiang Xiao to protect her. His expression was not happy. At this moment, Xu Xiaoran had also arrived. What is going on? She knew Yi Yun had a mortal sister and she had heard the commotion amongst these people. She found it hard to believe that Yi Yun's sister was a member of the desolate race as it was too incredulous. However, she also saw the desolate mirror stone in the hands of the two guards shining the color of blood. This meant that there was indeed a member of the desolate race nearby, and it was extremely close. Yi Yun looked at the desolate mirror stone, and he found the red light emitted by the desolate mirror stone extremely blinding. He was silent as he turned his head around and looked at Jiang Xiao, Sis Xiao. Yuner, I'm not a spy. Jiang Xiao bit her lips. Her face was a bit pale. In Jiang Xiao's bright eyes, Yi Yun could see his clear reflection. He was sure that the girl in front of him was the Sis Xiao who had followed him all the way. She was not a desolate race member in disguise. He grabbed Jiang Xiao's hand, and that intimate and harmonious feeling was not something an unfamiliar desolate race member could disguise. She is my elder sister. Yi Yun turned his head and looked at the two guards as he said unhurriedly. At this moment, there were more and more people gathering. Many people had rushed out when they heard the commotion. Many of them were the favored children of the Tai Divine City. Amongst them were Yang Qian and Yao Dao. One of the Chu royal residence guards clutched his wrist that had been grabbed by Yi Yun. He pointed at Jiang Xiao and said to the people that had gathered, "We caught a desolate race spy. It's her." Everyone's gaze fell onto Jiang Xiao, causing her to subconsciously move backwards. Up to now, she had not figured out what had happened. Two fierce-looking Stur men had waved a red stone around her body, and had insisted she was a spy. She's from the desolate race? Yang Qian frowned as he looked at Yi Yun. To Yang Qian, he did not mind Jiang Xiao, but he had to consider his attitude towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun was silent. Jiang Xiao's background was mysterious and he did not know which family clan she came from either. He guessed that Jiang Xiao came from a huge background. However, desolate race? Yi Yun recalled the bits and pieces of his interaction with Jiang Xiao before shaking his head. Impossible. Back in the Cloud Wilderness, Jiang Xiao had previously told him of her childhood. Although she had lost a lot of her childhood memories, she still remembered certain scenes, which included her past life and her reading and writing. The life she had described did not seem to be that of the desolate race which lived with desolate beasts. Besides, Jiang Xiao was literate. What she knew was language of humans, and Yi Yun knew that the desolate race had their own language. Jiang Xiao was the one who first taught Yi Yuns how to read and write. If Jiang Xiao was from the desolate race, then why would she learn the language of humans at a young age? Just because you say it's impossible, that doesn't mean that it's impossible. The desolate mirror stone can't be wrong. If no one believes me, then we can test it now. Previously, young Master Nantian had said that the color of the desolate race's blood is silver. Let's use a knife and see whether this girl's blood is red or silver. The man who had his wrist grabbed by Yi Yun suddenly had a brilliant thought. He suggested this method, and everyone who heard this agreed. Indeed, checking the color of one's blood was enough, wasn't it? Chapter 355, Blood. Right, a blood test would be sufficient. People began saying. Yi Yun's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. After coming into this world, he had no memories from the original body. Yi Yun had never seen Jiang Xiao bleed since he came here, so he did not know the color of Jiang Xiao's blood. Yi Yun, I never expected that you would encounter such a thing. I really pity you, Kiki, a voice filled with schadenfreude rang. Yi Yun looked up and saw that the person who said it was Yang Dingquan. The two brothers, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng, had appeared in the crowd. As the younger generation of the Chu royal residence, they were the masters here. For the past few days, as everyone had temporarily taken up residence in the Chu royal residence, the status of the two of them clearly increased amongst the Taiya Divine City's elites. Of course, they were still far below Yi Yun. In the Taiya Divine City, people respected the mighty ones more. Yi Yun's stature was obtained through his hard work, which was different from the two Yang brothers. So even though they had returned to the Chu royal residence, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng would usually hide if they saw Yi Yun. Today, seeing that Yi Yun's sister was likely a member of the desolate race, they were pleasantly surprised. They had never expected this to happen to Yi Yun. If this matter turned out true, then it would be interesting. Just from Jiang Xiao's identity, they could kick Yi Yun while he was down. Yi Yun's gaze turned cold. These two fellows and that one-armed Yang Haoran were like snakes hiding behind him. They were ready to bite him at any time. Unfortunately, Yi Yun could not do anything to them in such an environment. At this moment, the crowd made way as an invisible aura approached. Yi Yun stood up. He saw that amongst the group of people, Shintu Nantian had slowly walked over. Shintu Nantian was still in his green clothes. He gave people the feeling of a gently breeze. He had a mild temperament of pale clouds and a light breeze, and he did not seem sharp at all. However, against Shintu Nantian, Yi Yun did not know why he felt a pressure. You found a desolate race spy here? Shintu Nantian asked as he looked at Jiang Xiao, is it you? Shintu Nantian smiled. Jiang Xiao held her breath in front of the green-dressed man. She hid behind Yi Yun as she did not know why she felt extreme fear in front of Shintu Nantian. Yi Yun frowned. Shintu Nantian had arrived too quickly. If it wasn't for Shintu Nantian, Yi Yun felt that he could use his status to protect her without a problem, even though Jiang Xiao's identity was still not clear. After all, Jiang Xiao was a real mortal girl. It would be the same even if a sage used the heaven's eye to investigate her. A mortal girl should not be faced with such difficulties. However, Shintu Nantian was different. Yi Yun did not know him, and he had a great feud with the desolate race. Yes, it's her. We used the desolate mirror stone to test her, and it turned so red that it nearly turned purple. There's definitely something wrong with her. But someone is trying to shield her. That guard was obviously referring to Yi Yun. Shintu Nantian lightly smiled and looked at Yi Yun. This girl seems to have some abnormal relationship with you? She's my elder sister. Yi Yun said seriously. He had said this several times today. Blood sister? Shintu Nantian retorted. Ian hesitated for a while before shaking his head. No. Then she was adopted by your parents? Hearing Shintu Nantian's questioning, Ian's heart sank. Although he was completely reluctant, he eventually nodded his head, yes. Where was she adopted? Shintu Nantian asked again. Ian's heart was growing colder. The Cloud Wilderness. Jiang Xiao's origins was extremely disadvantageous to proving her identity. However, Yun could not lie about them as there were many people who knew about his family background. Cloud Wilderness is a barren place with lots of desolate beasts. There are desolate races deeply hidden in the Cloud Wilderness. You adopted a girl of unknown origin in the Cloud Wilderness, then it is possible that she is from the desolate race. As Shintu Nantian said this, Yang Dingkuan and company were gloating as it now seemed more and more likely. Yun clenched his fists. He knew that with his present strength, he was absolutely no match for Shintu Nantian. If Shintu Nantian wanted to do anything to Jiang Xiao, Yun did not know what he could do. Making a move against Shintu Nantian was like hitting a rock with eggs. Doing that would likely anger Shintu Nantian and result in the opposite effect. Seeing Yun's reaction, Shintu Nantian gently laughed. Looks like you really care for your sister. Take it easy. Even if she really was a desolate race, as long as she does not know anything about the shepherd boy and she is just a desolate race commoner that was accidentally adopted by you, then I might let her off this once because of you. However, I will put some restrictions on her. When Shintu Nantian said this, Ian felt relieved. He never expected Shintu Nantian to back down. Was it because of his reputation? Yun found it a bit incredulous. He may be considered someone in the Tai Divine Kingdom, but in the eyes of Shintu Nantian, he was probably nothing. Someone, check her blood. Shintu Nantian wiped his smile and gave the order. A sharp knife was presented and a Chu royal residence guard grabbed it. Hold on. I'll do it myself. Yun stopped the guard who was itching to do so. How could Yun be assured letting someone slice Jiang Xiao's body? Besides, this person had qualms with him, and Yang Dingkuan might even transmit some instructions to cause trouble. Let him do it. Shintu Nantian said. He gave a deep glance at Jiang Xiao and no one knew what he was thinking. Yun did not grab the knife, but he simply grabbed Jiang Xiao's hand. Sis Xiao, I'm going to do it. It won't hurt. All right. Jiang Xiao nodded. Yun extended his index finger and gently stroked Jiang Xiao's palm. The knife he made out of yuan qi was extremely sharp. With almost no pain, a tiny gash opened in Jiang Xiao's palm. Blood slowly dripped from the wound. At that moment, Yun held his breath. He was very afraid to see the lethal silver. Everyone else focused their attention on Jiang Xiao's palm. Pa-da! A drop of blood dripped out onto the green stone pavement. It broke up and reflected the light of the setting sun. It was like a red-colored gem. Red-colored blood. Ian let out a long sigh of relief. He had never found the color of blood to be so bright and beautiful. Jiang Xiao was, after all, his sister, not a member of the desolate race. Although her identity seemed problematic, Yun could not care less. No matter what Jiang Xiao's background was, he only knew that they had spent the toughest days in the Cloud Wilderness. That kind of blood thicker than water feeling could not be compared to anyone else's. Although Yun now had many relations with all sorts of people and was an elite of the Tai Divine Kingdom, back in the Cloud Wilderness, he was just a mortal. In fact, it should be said he was a burden. However, Jiang Xiao did not abandon him and they depended on each other. It's actually red, what the heck? The two Chu royal residence guards could not believe it. They had managed to arduously find a desolate race spy, but it resulted in them being wrong. F***K, this kid sure has good luck for him to escape unscathed. However, it's strange. Since the girl's blood is red in color, why does she cause the desolate mirror stone to shine red? Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng were feeling unhappy. They thought they had found Yi Yun's weakness. Although they could not use that to shake Yi Yun's position, they could at least cause his sister to die, making him grieve. That was something they were very happy to see. However, now all had come to naught. So there shouldn't be a problem, right? A person asked Shintu Nantian. As I said, how can Yi Yun's sister be from the desolate race? Taya Divine City cultivators who revered Yi Yun began supporting Yi Yun. Shintu Nantian gently stroked his chin as he looked at Jiang Xioro silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Young Master Nantian, can we go? Yi Yun placed Jiang Xioro behind him as he asked Shintu Nantian. He was still alert. As long as he did not leave their vision, he felt like he had beams stabbing his back. It was impossible for him to feel at ease. However, Shintu Nantian did not respond. He seemed to recall something and was lost in thought. Suddenly, he began slowly walking towards Jiang Xioro. Jiang Xioro's heart contracted as she subconsciously retreated a few steps. However, Shintu Nantian did not force himself and stood not far from where Jiang Xioro previously stood. He had a smile on his face as he squatted down. He was looking attentively at the drop of blood on the ground. It was the blood Jiang Xioro bled. After a few seconds, Shintu Nantian stretched out his finger and touched the drop of blood. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Xioro. He faintly said, "Your surname is Jiang, right?" Jiang Xiaoro's heart sank. Against Shintu Nantian's smile, her face turned pale in a flash. "You." Beside Jiang Xioro, Yi Yun was on high alert. In the previous conversion, no one had mentioned the name Jiang Xioro, but Shintu Nantian had managed to guess Jiang Xiaoro's surname. Shintu Nantian stood up and his smile became even more bright. It was so bright that it looked sinister. "I think I know who you are. I never expected that I would find you here." Chapter 356, Dark Red. Yi Yun noticed that the look Shintu Nantian gave Jiang Xioro contained a trace of greed in it. The feeling was similar to that of a venomous snake looking at a palatable prey. Yi Yun tightly held onto Jiang Xioro's hand. His palms were sweating as he was extremely nervous. An extremely sense of foreboding started to rise in his heart. Yi Yun really had no idea of what to do if Shintu Nantian wanted to do anything to Jiang Xioro. Yi Yun was always calm, but now, his mind was completely blank. What has happened? At this moment, two elders walked into the crowd. The person leading the way was dressed in a four-clawed, golden dragon robe. His hair was white and his eyes sparkled. He was King Chu. Beside King Chu was an elder, dressed in gray clothes. This elder was also present when Yi Yun previously met Shintu Nantian in the main hall. He rarely spoke and seemed to be a personal guard of King Chu. "Your Highness, there is a problem with the identity of Yi Yun's elder sister." A Chu royal residence guard quickly explained the situation to King Chu with a Yuan-Chi voice transmission. King Chu was, for a short while, stunned as he too never expected for this to happen. "Young Master Nantian, what is this girl?" Now, Jiang Xioro's identity was uncertain. The only person who knew was Shintu Nantian himself. "She is a member of the desolate race." Shintu Nantian determined Jiang Xioro's identity with a simple line without offering any further explanation. Yi Yun's heart sank. Desolate race. Even though her blood was red, she was still of the desolate race? Previously, Shintu Nantian said that if Jiang Xioro was of the desolate race and had been accidentally adopted, having no idea about the shepherd boy's invasion, then he would not pursue her. However, clearly, the matter was no longer that simple. "Young Master Nantian, may I know what you want to do with my sister?" "She may be of the desolate race, but she is just a desolate race commoner." Yi Yun suppressed his emotions while asking Shintu Nantian in a respectful tone, hoping that he would let Jiang Xioro off. "Desolate race commoner?" Shintu Nantian glanced at Yi Yun and chuckled. "How do you know if she is a commoner?" She is not a commoner, and her identity is very special. I will take your sister away. Although I could fabricate a lie and leave you with beautiful fantasies, I will not do that. I want you to know that the human race and the desolate race are bitter enemies. There will never be a peaceful coexistence. To us, the desolate race are just desolate beasts that can speak. Originally, if this girl was a desolate race commoner without anything special, it would be no problem for you keeping her as a pet or as a s*x slave. I would have allowed that, but she is not. There is a great history contained within her background, and once she is sent back to the desolate race, it will bring an endless amount of calamities onto humans. It might even be far more serious than the beast horde set off by the shepherd boy. When Shintu Nantian said this, everyone became stunned. Was it possible for this girl to cause something far more serious than the beast horde set off by the shepherd boy? Therefore, I must kill her. As for her blood, I will use it to refine elixirs. The truth is cruel, but since you asked, I told you the truth. After Shintu Nantian said this, he wiped off his smile. His voice was ice-cold and full of murderous intent. Jiang Xiaoro, who was behind Yun, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Refine elixirs. She would be refined into an elixir? Yun's blood was surging as his eyes turned bloodshot. Shintu Nantian actually wanted to use Jiang Xiaoro for refining elixirs? At this moment, Yun felt as if his soul left his body. He stood before Shintu Nantian, as if he had been completely isolated from the surrounding world. All he could see was Shintu Nantian. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Thousands of ideas flashed past Yun's mind, but none of them could resolve the current situation. At this moment, Shintu Nantian turned towards King Chu. King Chu, you are just in time. Does your residence have an alchemy lab? Please lend me the best one you have. Alchemy lab? King Chu gave him a bitter smile as he glanced at Yun with the corner of his eyes. At the moment, King Chu was having a huge dilemma. How did the matter develop to this point? Although he did not care for Yun, there were several people in the upper echelons of the Divine Kingdom who found Yun very promising. They were hoping that Yun would be able to change the fate of the Tai Divine Kingdom. However, if he were to help Shintu Nantian now, and refine Yun's sister, then Yun might go into a rage and do something silly. Then, all the troubles stirred up would most likely be blamed on him. King Chu found it difficult to give him an immediate answer. Grandpa, since young Master Nantian wants an alchemy lab, let us just give him one. Do we not have a herbal royal lab in our residence? That is an alchemy lab with earth fire. In the entire Tai Divine Kingdom, only the Imperial City's Dragon Elixir Lab can compete with our herbal royal lab. Yang Dingkuan, who stood beside King Chu, said in a gloating fashion. His heart was so happy that it felt like it was blooming with flowers. The herbal royal lab's grade had been exaggerated by him as he was afraid that Shintu Nantian might not like it. If it was Yun's sister, refining her in the Chu Royal Residence's herbal royal lab would be extremely interesting. When he thought of this, Yang Dingkuan looked at Yun. He saw Yun touching his interspatial ring with one hand. Green veins were protruding on his forehead, clearly he was extremely angry. Seeing the action of Yun touching the interspatial ring, Yang Dingkuan became overjoyed. Great! This is too great! If Yun got agitated to make a move, then it would be a joyous occasion. Then he could even kill by proxy, by letting Shintu Nantian destroy Yun. In Shintu Nantian's eyes, how great of a figure could someone like Yun be? With this thought in mind, Yang Dingkuan sent Yun a sarcastic Yuan Qi transmission. Yun, Kiki, your expression sure looks fearsome, but what can you do? Now, you can only watch on helplessly as your sister is being refined into elixirs. Young Master Nantian previously said that the stronger the desolate race, the more power the blood contains. The elixir that is refined would then also be higher in grade. Your sister must have a pretty good bloodline for her to gain the favor of young Master Nantian. If only I could get a few of those elixirs. Yang Dingkuan said it all in an eccentric manner as Yi Yun's gaze turned muddy. He had now given Yang Dingkuan the death penalty in his heart. Actually, up till now, Yi Yun had never really killed a person. For example, although Lian Xingyu's death was caused by Yi Yun, he had only been maimed by Yi Yun. Lian Xingyu only died due to his own despair and serious injuries. However, at this moment, Yi Yun really wanted to kill Yang Dingkuan. Yang Dingkuan's heart sank upon seeing Yi Yun's cold eyes. He inexplicably felt his back go cold. Yi Yun did not lose his reason due to his rage and did not blindly attack. This made Yang Dingkuan unhappy, but Yi Yun's murderous gaze made him feel fear. What is there to be afraid of? Yang Dingkuan said to himself. He had decided to arrange the alchemy lab, and by sucking up to Shintu Nantian, allowing Shintu Nantian to feel happy. When that happened, he would end up with a meteoric rise. So what about Yi Yun? So what if he was great? He may be special in the Tai A Divine City, but compared to young Master Nantian, he was nothing but a fart. Chapter 357, At the End of the Road. Earth-Fire Alchemy Lab? That will probably do, Shintu Nantian said, treating the matter lightly. Shintu Nantian's statement had decided the matter. What else could King Chu do? With the entire Tai A Divine Kingdom teetering on the brink of destruction, how could he possibly disobey young Master Nantian's orders? Uncle Zhou arranged the Herbal Royal Lab for young Master Nantian. As King Chu spoke, he glanced at Yi Yun. He had been noting Yi Yun's reaction the entire time. He too felt some sympathy for this young man. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle Zhou was the elder in gray that had been following King Chu all this time. He was King Chu's personal guard as well as the steward of the Chu royal residence. Uncle Zhou, let me and Dingkuan arrange it. Yang Yefeng said. He was eager to do the job and seized this opportunity to please Shintu Nantian. An opportunity like this was very rare. Young Master Ding, young Master Feng, Uncle Zhou hesitated for a bit but did not stop them. He just quietly stood by King Chu's side. Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng looked at Yi Yun with mocking glances and solicitously said to Shintu Nantian, Young Master Nantian, shall we do it now? If you need any materials, we will prepare them for you immediately. Yang Dingkuan patted his chest as a guarantee. Shintu Nantian said with a smile, there is no need. I am afraid that you do not have the things I need. Yes. The things young Master Nantian need must be priceless treasures that we cannot prepare. Sorry for the joke displayed before you. Although he had been despised, he still flattered young Master Nantian cheerfully. At this moment, Shintu Nantian turned towards Jiang Xioro. As for Yi Yun, he was standing in front of Jiang Xioro with his right fist clenched and his left hand was on his right hand's interspatial ring. At this moment, Yi Yun was like a sparrow protecting its young against a foul hawk in front of him. Your name is Yi Yun, right? I can feel that you are very promising. To have such accomplishments while being born in such a small country. Breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm at such a young age and having such a solid foundation is extremely difficult. Cherish your future and do not do anything stupid. I have repeatedly stressed that humans and desolate beasts are bitter enemies. Do you not see how this beast horde was stirred up? The desolate race are willing to kill trillions of civilians without even blinking, just to accomplish their goals. The sister you have behind you has a special bloodline. I definitely cannot let her live. For once she is found by the desolate race, there will definitely be a scourge. As Shintu Nantian spoke, he walked towards Yi Yun and Jiang Xioro. However, Yi Yun gritted his teeth as he remained standing in front of Jiang Xioro. Shintu Nantian frowned. He stared into Yi Yun's eyes for a few seconds. Yi Yun did not relent and stared back. Shintu Nantian's expression sank as his patience was limited. I am saying this for the last time. I am giving you the time it takes to take 3 breaths to get out of my way. Yi Yun took a deep breath. He felt as if his heart was bleeding, but he still endured it. Young Master Nantian, I beg of you, let my sister go. You can put restrictions on her, but... Oh! Shintu Nanshan's face turned cold as his aura exploded. Originally, Shintu Nantian gave people the feeling of a gently breeze. His usual temperament was like that of an elegant breeze, giving people a comfortable feeling. However, now, he was like an evil demon. It was like a ferocious beast had awoken within Shintu Nanshan's body. Suddenly, Shintu Nantian became extremely scary. Scram! Shintu Nantian waved his hand, making Yi Yun feel a terrifying force surge towards him from all sides. The blood within his body seemed to freeze at this moment. His meridians, his key points, and his energy had been completely locked. This energy was too terrifying as Yi Yun was powerless to resist it. His entire body was sent flying by the energy, heavily slamming into the Chu royal residence's wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the 1-foot-thick wall collapsed. Stones fell as Yi Yun was buried in rubble, his body now completely covered in stone and dust. At that moment, Yi Yun felt as if all of his organs had been misplaced. He felt something in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yun! This sudden scene stunned everyone. Under Shintu Nanshan's sudden attack, the powerful Yi Yun was like a helpless baby. Chu Xiaoran and company felt their hearts clench as they were worried about Yi Yun. A wise man does not fight when the odds are stacked against him. They were afraid that Yi Yun would be rash and do something stupid. However, there were also people like Yang Dingquan, Yang Yafeng, and company who were now smiling. This was great, it really felt great. Shintu Nanshan's voice said coldly, I gave you face, but you did not want it. Who do you think you are? I appreciate you and can speak to you pleasantly, but if I hate you, you can be squashed by me like an ant. I have taught you the ways of being human countless times, telling you to keep away from the desolate race, but you repeatedly go against me. Do you really think that I would tolerate you time and again? At this moment, Shintu Nantian revealed a natural regal air to him and was extremely scary. He was like a king who held the rights to life. One moment, he was pleasant, in the next moment, he was killing people out of anger. His moods made it hard for people to grasp it. I warn you for the last time, draw a line with the desolate race. If you do so, then you will be one of us humans. If you do not, I will kill you with my own hands. Shintu Nanshan's final words were filled with murderous intent. Yunur. Zhang Xiao ran in front of the rubble and helped Yi Yun up. At this moment, Yi Yun's mouth was full of blood. The blood had mixed with the dust, turning its color into a reddish black. Seeing Yi Yun in such a state, Zhang Xiao's heart broke. She bit her lips. In this situation, she was helpless. She looked at Shintu Nantian and sobbed, Do not fight anymore. I will follow you. Ha ha. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Shintu Nantian laughed heartily, such a sickening sibling relationship. For a human and one of the desolate race to have such feelings for each other, that they can give up their lives to protect the other is laughable to an extreme. Do you think that you would have the chips to negotiate with me if you were to leave with me? Your life was originally in my hands. However, I did not want to kill your so-called brother today. I only wanted to teach him a lesson and let him remember what race he is. I wanted to let him know that he cannot forget who he is. As Shintu Nantian spoke, his hand grabbed towards Zhang Xiao. If you want to blame anyone, blame your own destiny. Shintu Nanshan's hands were injected with a trace of Yuan Qi as he pressed towards Zhang Xiao's head. He wanted to strike Zhang Xiao's mind. Once that happened, Zhang Xiao would lose her sanity, but her body would remain alive. Using a living body when refining elixirs gave the best results. Chapter 358, Serene Smile. Yi Yun looked on helplessly as Shintu Nanshan's hand went to grab her. Shintu Nanshan's motion was not fast, but he did not need to be that fast to destroy a mortal's mind. No! Yi Yun shouted in his heart. He buried his hands deep in the rubble as his eyes nearly bled, but he was still completely powerless to prevent this scene. At this moment, Yi Yun's body was in complete pain. His energy was still being locked by Shintu Nantian, so he could not use his Yuan Qi. Even if he could use it, against Shintu Nantian, Yi Yun's strength was negligible. He had no doubt that if he were to challenge Shintu Nantian's authority again, not only would he not be able to save Zhang Shiro, he would also end up dying together with her. At that moment, Yi Yun deeply felt how minute his existence was. Because of his minuteness, he could be needed by others in any way. Because of his minuteness, he could not protect the people he wanted to protect. Strength. He needed strength. He needed time to grow, but now it was too late. Time seemed to freeze as Shintu Nantian's hand came pressing onto Zhang Shiro's head without any resistance. It was as if this strike was shattering Yi Yun's own heart. Zhang Shiro closed her eyes. She had calmly accepted this approaching fate of hers. At the last moment, she was praying for Yi Yun to be fine. That, after her death, Shintu Nantian would not harm Yi Yun. And at the moment Zhang Shiro had resigned herself to fate, something strange happened. Murderous intent covered everything. Ha! Shintu Nantian suddenly turned around and slammed his palm to the back. Who? Pa! A loud explosion, which sounded like glass breaking, boomed out. Shintu Nantian's body trembled as he retreated. Before him, there now was a thin gray figure attacking him. In his hand was a short, black, curved saber that was slashing straight at Shintu Nantian's neck. Uncle Zhou, you. When he saw who it was that attacked, King Chu was dumbfounded. His guard and steward actually attacked Shintu Nantian. Uncle Zhou had previously saved King Chu's life in a mystic realm. Compounded with Uncle Zhou's power and steady personality, King Chu had always trusted him greatly. In name, Uncle Zhou was King Chu's personal guard and steward, but he was in fact a very good friend of his. Usually, they would address each other as brothers. King Chu never expected that Uncle Zhou would suddenly launch a surprise attack at Shintu Nantian at this critical moment. Courting death. Shintu Nantian loudly shouted as a sword appeared in his hand from out of nowhere. His sword blocked off Uncle Zhou's curved saber. He knew that if he could drag it out a few more seconds, then the Shintu family clan's experts would be able to rush here and kill this person. So, the person of the desolate race that I felt was you. Shintu Nantian grinned as he revealed Uncle Zhou's identity. Uncle Zhou was the desolate race spy. Zhang Shiro's strength was too weak, so even though her bloodline was pure, it was in fact impossible for Shintu Nantian to detect her presence. What he felt had to be a strong member of the desolate race. And this desolate race was extremely good at hiding. Even with a desolate mirror stone, there had been no way of finding him. Instead, Zhang Shiro, who was a commoner, could neither hide the signature of her bloodline nor could she hide from the desolate mirror stone. Clang! The sword and saber clashed as Shintu Nantian started laughing maniacally. Another high-ranked desolate race, great! Today I will have a great harvest. Stay behind and enter the furnace. As Shintu Nantian said this, his voice froze. He looked incredulously at his neck and saw that a gruesome gash had appeared out of nowhere. It extended from his carotid artery all the way down to his collarbone. Pwah! The carotid artery had been slashed open, causing blood to spray out. A dizzy feeling flooded Shintu Nantian's senses as he froze. He had clearly blocked the spy's saber, so how did he get so seriously injured? An invisible saber blade had injured him with a slash. When he thought of the moment when he turned around, there had been the clear sound of breaking glass. Only then did Shintu Nantian realize what had happened. Spatial Dimension Blade. Spatial Dimension Laws. A desolate race had actually managed to cultivate in the spatial dimension laws and used an invisible spatial dimension blade to injure him. The mysterious and esoteric spatial dimension laws were of a realm that made people envious. It was extremely powerful and the way it attacked was extremely elusive. Many wanted to cultivate in it, but no one had ever managed to even step through that door. Shintunantian, today I'll die with you. Uncle Joe hated Shintunantian to an extreme, as if they had a great feud in between them. The curved saber in his hand quickly rotated as he slashed towards Shintunantian's heart. If the spatial dimension blade pierces through the heart, it could kill Shintunantian. At this moment, Shintunantian's artery was spewing out blood and almost half his neck had been cut open. Any normal warrior would have long since died. Even if it was Shintunantian, his battle prowess had now been greatly reduced. He could not withstand that strange attack which contained the spatial dimension laws. In a split second, Shintunantian's chest suddenly flashed with a divine flow as a protective charm flew out on its own towards Uncle Joe's blade. Clang! The blade beam was shattered while the protective charm revealed a crack. However, it was still able to completely protect Shintunantian. Shintunantian's eyes turned cold. You want to kill me? You are too naive, you do not have any more time. Just after Shintunantian said this, 7 Yuan-Chi beams shot up from the surroundings and into the sky. Who dares to assassinate our family's young master? Prepare your life. The 7 elders came from all directions. They were all legendary figures of the Shintu family clan and each had unfathomable strength. They were responsible for the protection of Shintunantian during this trip. The 7 people's speed was as fast as lightning as they approached Uncle Joe. Feeling the Yuan-Chi intensity coming from these people, and seeing the thick, shimmering protective shield now around Shintunantian, Uncle Joe's eyes glimmered with resentment and unwillingness. He was unable to kill Shintunantian. The heavens has eyes, you shall pay with your blood. Uncle Joe gritted his teeth as he retreated a step back to stand beside Jiang Xioro. He then grabbed Jiang Xiaoro's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Shintunantian's heart tightened. He knew that the desolate race was escaping. Seal all routes of retreat. Do not let this old thing escape with the little witch girl. Shintunantian snapped with a fierce voice as he clutched his bleeding neck. The 7 legendary figures had already begun to set up an array while they were rushing over. They locked down all routes of retreat, preventing Uncle Joe from escaping. However, at this moment, Uncle Joe's expression showed an unswerving determination. He suddenly punched himself in the chest. Pwah! Uncle Joe forced out a mouthful of blood, and this blood sprayed onto Jiang Xioro's clothes. Silver blood that reflected the setting sun's glow and seemed to be, in itself, a flowing treasure. It looked even more glaring than red blood. Jiang Xioro was completely stunned. She was unable to react to this sudden turn of events. At this moment, Uncle Joe touched Jiang Xioro's head with one hand and showed a kind smile. Under the sunset's glow, his wrinkle-filled face and smile seemed to freeze into eternity. Successor, this old servant will now be sending you home. The words said by Uncle Joe's old voice resounded in Jiang Xioro's ear. These words seemed to become forever imprinted in her mind. Following that, Jiang Xioro suddenly felt the blood on her chest, from Uncle Joe, turn warm, as if the blood was burning. The silver blood was like a river of fire, causing her to feel pain on the chest. At that moment, she felt inexplicable pain upon seeing old Uncle Joe. This pain came out of nowhere, making it hard for her to even breathe. A beautiful rainbow light enveloped Jiang Xioro. Space teleportation. That old beast knows spatial dimension laws. He has burned his blood essence and initiated a space teleportation to send the little witch girl away. Shintunantian finally realized what Uncle Joe was doing. He was angrily alarmed. Jiang Xioro was not to be let go. Shintunantian conjured up a large golden hand to grab at Jiang Xioro. Little witch girl, you are staying behind. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the large hand grabbed onto the light formed from the laws that surrounded Jiang Xioro. The light shield trembled, causing ripples to form in the spatial dimensions. Shintunantian's palm felt pain from the tremors, but Jiang Xioro, who was within the light shield, was still safe and sound. The space dimension laws had been activated. Although they could still see Jiang Xiao, at this moment she was already in a completely different spacetime dimension. It is too late, Shintu Nantian said as his heart burned with anxiety. We cannot let the array succeed. Kill that old beast and interrupt the array. Tear open the space dimension tunnel and drag the little witch girl out. Shintu Nantian yelled as if he was crazy. The legendary figures from the Shintu family clan attacked from all corners. There were 4 swords, 2 sabers, and 1 spear. They all stabbed at Uncle Joe at the same time. The weapon's cold beams flashed, but Uncle Joe did not even take a glance. He did not even conjure up his power of desolates to protect his body. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out another mouthful of blood essence to inject into the array. Pwa pwa pwa. 7 sharp weapons pierced through Uncle Joe's body at the same time. Fresh silver blood splattered. Uncle Joe's slightly stooped body suddenly quivered. His organs had all been ruptured and his mouth was filled with blood. It flowed down like mercury. His hands were slightly trembling as he pressed onto the spatial light shield around Jiang Xiao. With the last ounce of his strength, he drew an engraving with his blood. He watched Jiang Xiao in this fashion, as if he had all sorts of things he wanted to say to her but couldn't. Jiang Xiao held her breath. She had always lived a bland life, never experiencing such a scenario. She did not even know who this elder, who died for her, was. Neither did she know what their relation was. She had lost a portion of her childhood memories. She desperately tried to recall, but could not remember a thing. She wanted to touch the elder's face through the light shield, but she could not touch it. Boom! A battle axe cleaved down on the elder's head. The elder's head jerked as his head was split open. Blood spouted out from his forehead. With his incredible will, he managed to ignite all the engravings at the last moment of his life. The light beams became thicker, like a burning flame. In this light, Jiang Xiao saw the elder's final expression. It was that of a serene smile. As space distorted, Jiang Xiao was aware of what was about to happen. She would soon be teleported away. Yun'er. Yun'er. Ignoring the grief of the dead elder, what Jiang Xiao was the most concerned about now was Yi Yun. The elder, having sacrificed his life to send her away, was already the limit. As for Yi Yun, what would happen to Yi Yun? Would Shintu Nantian, in his anger, spare Yi Yun's life? Yun'er. Jiang Xiao cried out loudly. However, her voice was completely isolated by the light shield. She felt space distort, causing her to nearly faint. At that split moment, she tunneled through endless spacetime. Chapter 359, Vicious. Xie. 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 Above the Chu royal residence, a spacetime black hole appeared out of nowhere. It swallowed Jiang Xiao, leaving behind black spatial dimension law beams that slowly disappeared in the sky. Uncle Joe's body had been completely pierced through by sabers and swords. He looked at the spacetime portal as it was slowly disappearing. The smile on his face had already gone stiff. He had done it. Although he did not manage to kill Shintu Nantian, he did manage to send away the successor. He died without any regrets. Old bastard. You interfered with my grand plans. Shintu Nantian was clutching his own neck as his eyes turned scarlet, like those of a wild beast. Under his tremendous rage, Shintu Nantian's body flashed and then appeared before Uncle Joe's body. He then smashed down onto Uncle Joe's forehead with a palm. Ka-cha! People heard the crisp sound of cervical bones cracking. Shintu Nantian had pressed Uncle Joe's neck all the way into Uncle Joe's own chest. His neck was completely broken, even his skull had been completely cracked open. It was a terrible sight. Shintu Nantian's hair was disheveled, his body was covered with blood, and his hands were stained with brain fluid. Currently, he looked like a bloodthirsty demon. People held their breaths, they were reduced to complete silence. After Shintu Nantian completely revealed his foul ways, he was like a completely different person. The way he dealt with Uncle Joe could be said to be extremely brutal. Even King Chu was shaking and felt distraught. The person who had sneaked up on Shintu Nantian and disrupted his great plans, causing them to fail, was his most trusted steward, King Chu. Shintu Nantian stared at King Chu with his blood-red eyes. King Chu held his breath as beads of sweat began to emerge on his forehead. This small king has made a great mistake by not investigating his subordinates. King Chu had experienced all sorts of situations before, but in front of Shintu Nantian, he was unable to keep any standing. This was the absolute pressure brought on by strength. No matter what one's status was, it was completely meaningless in front of strength. Please calm down, young Master Nantian, my grandfather was blinded by schemers. Today, everything should be blamed onto Yi Yun, that ungrateful rascal. If not for him, with young Master Nantian's superior divine strength, how could you be sneaked upon by that old thing? Yi Yun, he. Yang Dingquan realized that Shintu Nantian was about to cause trouble for his grandfather, so he quickly said this in an attempt to redirect the spearhead at Yi Yun. Shut up! Shintu Nantian roared. A sharp sound wave, containing Yuan Qi, formed into a sword and stabbed towards Yang Dingquan. Pang! Yang Dingquan's body shook as his eardrums began to bleed from the tremors. With a tremble, Yang Dingquan half-kneeled on the ground. He looked at Shintu Nantian with inexplicable horror. He did not dare to speak another word. A few moments ago, he almost thought he was going to die. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Shintu Nantian's voice was gloomy. Everyone understood that his rage had reached an extreme with Jiang Shuro's escape. At this moment, whoever interacted with him were bound to not end up well. It would be no surprise for him to suddenly start killing people to vent his anger. And if he really wanted to do so, Yi Yun would by no doubt be the first to suffer his wrath. Step by step, Shintu Nantian walked towards Yi Yun. Blood was dripping from his fingers and onto the green stone pavement. This strong oppressive pressure made people hold their breaths. Yi Yun. Chu Xiaoran and company, who had good relations with Yi Yun, had their hearts in their mouth. The odds were stacked against Yi Yun. They could only stare on helplessly. As for jokes, such as standing up for Yi Yun to plead for him, that would be useless. It would only result in them accompanying Yi Yun to the grave. You sure have guts. A cold gaze flashed in Shintu Nantian's eyes. Boom! Yuan Qi exploded around Yi Yun, causing debris to crumble. Yi Yun felt his body tremble as he rolled out. His injuries had become worse. Shintu Nantian walked before Yi Yun and grabbed his neck. Yi Yun's body was covered with blood. His vision was blurry and he found it hard to breathe. At that moment, he could feel that if Shintu Nantian were to even just slightly use some of his strength, he could immediately break his neck and throat. His entire head would be ripped off. Death seemed to be looming near. His feeling of powerlessness reached an extreme as his life now hanged in the hands of someone else. It's because of you. Originally, I would have gained a furnace full of god-ranked blood elixirs. My cultivation level would have increased by leaps and bounds. However, you allowed the desolate race spy a chance to sneak up on me, causing the little witch girl to escape. You did well. Not even killing you 10,000 times will be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Shintu Nantian pushed all the blame onto Yi Yun. Jiang Shuro's identity was special. To Shintu Nantian, obtaining Jiang Shuro would be the greatest fortuitous opportunity, but now, this opportunity had escaped right in front of his eyes. So how could Shintu Nantian not feel hatred? Yi Yun laughed bitterly. At this stage, whatever he said would be meaningless. The only to blame was that he was too weak. If not, he would not need to swallow this insult or this humiliation silently while begging Shintu Nantian to let Jiang Shuro off and not refine his sister into elixirs. Pleading did not work, and he had been beat up. Later Jiang Shiro was rescued by someone else, resulting in him becoming the scapegoat and punching bag. He was facing an outcome of death. Having one's life in the hands of someone else, with no room for resistance, this was the sorrowful truth of the week. Shintu Nantian looked at Yi Yun, murderous intent rising in his eyes. However, his hand still did not press down on Yi Yun's neck. He was silent as several thoughts flashed past his mind. Killing Yi Yun would not be enough to appease his hatred. This feeling was like being bitten by an ant. Even if he crushed the ant to death, he would still have been bitten, so how could trampling this ant to death relieve his hatred? This was an irredeemable scene. Shintu Nantian had not been able to capture Jiang Shiro, and had thus been unable to deal a blow to the desolate race. The desolate race would not feel anything for a dead human. Only Jiang Shiro would feel hatred, and it might even end up causing her to attain greatness. However, what if he made good use of Yi Yun? Shintu Nantian remembered that Jiang Shiro had agreed to give her life to him in order to prevent Yi Yun from being harmed. Jiang Shiro definitely cared a great deal about Yi Yun's safety. When he thought of this, Shintu Nantian stood up and let Yi Yun go. He said to an elder behind him, "Take this little bastard away. Announce to the masses that he will be given capital punishment for treachery, death, by dismembering the heart." Dismembering the heart. A few elders jumped with fright as they heard the name of the death sentence. Dismembering the heart was the most brutal capital punishment of the Shintu family clan. It was only used on warriors, as mortals could not handle such torture. In a period of 36 days, a red-hot blade would be slashed onto the criminal 36,000 times, 1,000 slashes a day. After each day's slashing, a heart-dismembering worm's egg would be placed in the wounds. The eggs would then slowly hatch and eat at the flesh and blood. The teeth of the heart-dismembering worm larvae were toxic. Once this toxin entered the body, together with the feeling of one's flesh and blood being eaten, it would be indescribable. Finally, when the 36,000 slashes were completed, the heart-dismembering worms would follow the blood vessels and meridians all the way to the heart. There, tens of thousands of worms would bite at the heart, eventually leading to one's death. In this capital punishment, the heart-dismembering worms caused the most pain. Typical Yuan Foundation realm warriors could not withstand this capital punishment and would die after just a few days of torture. Even when the Shintu family clan carried out the capital punishment, they still had to provide pills to extend the life of the criminal. "Young master, are you going to lure the desolate race into saving him?" A few elders immediately guessed Shintu Nantian's intentions. That is correct. Killing this kid would be no different from squeezing an ant to death. It is meaningless to me, neither can it remedy anything. However, if I were to spread the news that the kid would be executed by dismembering the heart, then that little witch girl would quickly learn of it. In the Chu Prefecture city, there are probably still other desolate race spies. The news will quickly spread to her ears. That little witch girl will not sit idly by. At that moment, we will have an opportunity. When the few elders heard this, they slightly sighed. An elder said, "Does this Yi Yun have such great a value? When the desolate race receives the news, they will definitely know that we have laid a trap. If they know that there is a trap, they will likely not be so dumb as to fall for it. Besides, Yi Yun is a human, so what happens if the desolate race does not come to save him?" Yi Yun was only close to Jiang Shiro and had no relations with the desolate race. Why would the upper echelons of the desolate race care about Yi Yun's life? How could they send and risk an expert's life to save a human, especially when they knew that there was a trap? We will know by trying. There will not be any loss for us. If no one cares about his life, then we will just let him die from a dismembered heart. Shintu Nantian said this lightly, determining Yi Yun's fate. And beside Yi Yun, not any of the Taiya Divine Kingdom warriors could prevent this. Just thinking about it made them depressed. This was their country and Yi Yun was their country's genius. A few simple words from Shintu Nantian had been enough to sentence Yi Yun to death. And now, they could only watch on helplessly. We must immediately report this matter to His Majesty, the Divine Emperor. Chu Xiaoran made up her mind. Although the Divine Emperor might not save Yi Yun, but as the master of the Tai Divine Kingdom, he definitely had some weight in his words. At this moment, Shintu Nantian suddenly thought of something. He then walked towards Yi Yun and pinched Yi Yun's jaw. With a flip of his hand, an icy blue pill appeared in his palm. This pill was like a ball of ice. After it appeared, it exuded an alarming frost chi. The surrounding water vapor quickly condensed, forming ice as a result of the frost chi. A single pill was able to exude such a tremendously dangerous aura. Shintu Nantian looked condescendingly at Yi Yun with a tinge of mockery. I really do not like the way you look at me. On the surface, you seem to fear me, but in your heart, you deeply hate me. You truly wish to kill me to release your anger, right? Are you thinking that if you survive this calamity, you will cultivate with all your might and, in the future, seek revenge against me? Ha ha ha. Shintu Nantian read Yi Yun's mind, and his eyes flashed contempt. How can I let you wish to kill me all day and night while you are being imprisoned? You are like an ant, and thus do not deserve such thoughts. If you could that will be a desecration of my status. Let me cut off your hopes and give you despair, as if you are a walking dead. Chapter 360, 7 Noxious Divining Pill. When Shintu Nantian said this, the surrounding people were alarmed. They did not know what he would do to Yi Yun. However, there was no doubt that it would be extremely terrifying. People looked at the pill in Shintu Nantian's hand. The icy air around it made people shudder with fear. Shintu Nantian then said to Yi Yun, to me, you are like an ant. You are not worthy of mention. Your thoughts of killing me are as funny as a mortal beggar telling a human sage that he will replace him. Besides, you will die in 10 days. I will especially prepare a trap for the members of the desolate race that will come to save you, preventing them from saving you. However, even so, I will not give you any chance of revenge. The pill in my hand is called the 7 Noxious Divining Pill. As Shintu Nantian spoke, he forced open Yi Yun's mouth. His face was still covered with a smile, but the smile was one of ferocity and cruelness. The 7 Noxious Divining Pill is an extremely expensive pill. You should find it worth your while eating it as a dead person. In 10 days' time, the frost toxins will invade your organs. You seem to be cultivating pure yang laws? From today onwards and in 10 days' time, your pure yang cultivation will completely waste away. Even a god cannot save you. At that moment, taking 10,000 steps back, even if you are actually saved by the desolate race, you will still become a cripple. There is only endless despair waiting you. When Shintu Nantian finished speaking, the faces of the people around him turned ugly. Shintu Nantian had reached a point that was so vicious that it was difficult to imagine anything worse. Wasting away a warrior's cultivation level was worse than just killing him. After being accustomed to the strength and status that martial arts brought to them, many warriors would rather die than have their cultivation levels waste away. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian was using Yi Yun to lure his sister back, even after feeding him a poison pill, yet the desolate race would be trying to save a cripple. His methods were so vicious that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Yun's mouth was full of blood. As he looked at Shintu Nantian, he revealed a bitter smile. He had never hated a person so much in his entire life. In contrast, Lian Xingyu, who had made several attempts on Yi Yun's life back then, was actually much better than Shintu Nantian. It seems like you really hate me? That look in your eyes, Kiki. However, what can you do? If you did not have any use, I would have killed you by now. Of course, killing you cannot compare to the way I am handling you in terms of making you suffer. Shintu Nantian laughed sinisterly. With a flick of his finger, the 7 Noxious Divining Pill was shot straight into Yi Yun's mouth. Phew, the pill was sent all the way into Yi Yun's stomach. In the first few seconds, Yi Yun did not feel a thing. However, what followed was that he suddenly felt his body freeze. This pill carried a terrifying frost chi. After it rushed into his stomach, it rushed straight towards his dantian. He felt extreme cold. That terrifying frost chi rose up from his dantian, and the pure Yan Yuan chi he originally cultivated was quickly eroded by it. Cold, too cold. Yi Yun's face turned pale as his body shivered. Surges of frost chi emanated out from his acupuncture points and pores. The water vapor in the surrounding air condensed, eventually forming ice crystals. A layer of ice froze over Yi Yun's eyebrows and hair. He tumbled to the ground as he felt like his blood had frozen over and stopped flowing. Yi Yun! Seeing Yi Yun in such a state, Chu Xiaoran and those who had good relations with Yi Yun felt their hearts ache. Shintu Nantian was inhuman, he was ruthless and unscrupulous, prone to mood swings and had high ambitions. And Yi Yun would probably end up dying in his hands. Disasters could not be predicted. Who would have thought that the originally high-spirited and promising Yi Yun would become like this in just a matter of days? And Yi Yun's cultivation level was quickly being wasted away. Would the Tai Divine Emperor still bother to save him? Everyone had a value attached to them. If it was Song Yan, Grandmaster Yuehua, or the Tai Divine City's city lord, they might be sentimental and take into account the merits which Yi Yun had accomplished. Even though Yi Yun's cultivation level was now crippled, they would still try their best to protect Yi Yun. However, the Tai Divine Emperor did not know Yi Yun at all. He had only heard of him, but with the country's interest in front of him, how could he go against Shintu Nantian for the sake of a hopeless person, who now had his cultivation level crippled? Now, the Tai Divine Kingdom was counting on the Shintu family clan. Without any surprises, the Tai Divine Emperor would most likely take it lying down, as if this had never happened. Just thinking about it made Chu Xiaoran feel a pang of sadness. At this moment, Shintu Nantian spoke to an elder behind him, formulate the edict and inform the world that the beast horde is attacking. Tell the Tai commoners that the legend in their heart, the Tai Divine City, has been lost. Danger will befall even the Tai Divine Kingdom's lands. Shintu Nantian knew that the Tai Divine Kingdom had kept the beast horde a complete secret. However, now there was no need to keep it a secret anymore. People could guess what Shintu Nantian's intentions were. He wanted to throw the Tai Divine Kingdom into a panic. As such, the Tai Divine Kingdom's royal household would have to rely on them even more. And they would also successfully win the hearts of the people. Their status would rapidly advance in the Tai Divine Kingdom, and then they could justify their action of using the Tai Divine Kingdom as the battlefield for chasing after Jiang Shiro. This person is vicious and scheming. There is no way to prevent Yi Yun from dying under his hands, a Tai Divine City proud son of heaven lamented. A person like Shintu Nantian was a natural-born leader. His viciousness, determination and unscrupulous methods terrified others. No one would dare disobey the commands of such a person. As such, Shintu Nantian, who did not belong to the Tai Divine Kingdom, had now secured his place in the Tai Divine Kingdom, becoming the person in control of the entire Tai Divine Kingdom. At this moment, Shintu Nantian carried on, arrange for Elder Su and Elder Mo to set up a Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Place Yi Yun in the middle of the array and wait for the desolate race to bite at the bait. No matter who comes, kill them all. Elder Su. Elder Mo. A few elders looked at each other and felt alarmed, to invite them to do so, to use Yi Yun as bait. Important people from the desolate race might not come knowing that there is a trap. If we were to disturb the two of them and make them come over for nothing, that would not be good, right? Elder Su and Elder Mo were guests of the Shintu family clan. They were extremely famous in the western regions. They were existences that were treated as distinguished guests no matter which ancient family clan they went to. They owed the Shintu family clan relational favors, resulting in them being of service to the Shintu family clan for 300 years, and they only had to do a total of 3 things. For example, by inviting Elder Su and Elder Mo to set up the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, that would be considered as them having done one thing for the Shintu family clan, even if an inferior Desolate race member came. However, if no one from the Desolate race came, then it would not be considered as one of those things, but it would be a waste of their relational favors. That was why a few of the elders felt that it was raising a big rumpus. Iyun was just a human, who was very weak. Was there really a need to do so? Shintu Nantian said, I feel that this little bastard is extremely important to that Jiang girl, and that girl has a very special status amongst the Desolate race. When I release this piece of news, it is very likely that a high-ranking member of the Desolate race will come. The Desolate race has crossed over the divine wilderness with a huge scheme. To conjure up such a beast horde is not for the simple task of finding a girl. The shepherd boy might not even know of the Jiang girl's existence. Hence, even if they were to find the Jiang girl, they might not leave immediately. If we can kill some of the upper echelons of the Desolate race, then we can track down the girl by following the clues left behind and capture her. Not only is she extremely important in status, but her blood is also extremely pure. It is invaluable. If we can capture her, not only will it be a great fortuitous opportunity for me, it will also be a golden opportunity for the Shintu family clan. For this, it is a must for us to use Elder Su and Elder Mo. Alright, we will follow the young master's instructions. The elders retreated and began arranging all the logistics. Shintu Nantian glanced at Iyun and said coldly, take him away and lock him up. At this moment, Iyun's body was covered in ice. White strands started to appear amongst his originally black hair. This was one of the effect of the 7 noxious divining pill. This pill, as mentioned by Shintu Nantian, was priceless. Iyun did not know how the 7 noxious divining pill was refined. He guessed that the ingredients were at least from top-grade primordial species. There might even be several primordial herbs mixed within it. One had to know that in such a family clan, even primordial true spirits existed. As for a pill, it was not surprising for it to have a portion of a primordial true spirit's blood mixed in it. Under normal circumstances, if a 7 noxious divining pill was swallowed, with his cultivation level, all of Iyun's meridians and his Diantian would be frozen, as Shintu Nantian said. Later on, the pure yang qi that he cultivated would be slowly eroded by the frost ice. At that moment, his meridians would become damaged and his Dantian would disappear. With frost toxins in his entire body, his cultivation level would waste away into nothing, and he would become a complete cripple. This was what Shintu Nantian wanted to see. Although he looked down on Iyun, he made it a habit to rid himself of weeds by killing them at their roots. He did not want to see anyone, who had even the tiniest possibility of threatening him, exist in this world. When Iyun was enduring the horrifying icy frost chi, no one knew that the purple crystal origins in his heart was quietly palpitating. Again and again, the purple crystal origins pulsated with every heartbeat. The frost energy in his body was being subtly absorbed by the purple crystal. If Iyun's body was to become a piece of ice, then the purple crystal was like a seed of fire in the middle of the ice, giving him a flicker of warmth and light. With the purple crystal's energy flowing through his frozen meridians, Iyun felt that they were gradually showing signs of recovery. And after the 7 noxious divining pill's frost energy was absorbed by the purple crystal, it was slowly compressed into a lump within the purple crystal. It was a lump of blue ice crystals. It began to condense within the purple crystal, slowly becoming larger in size. Not far away from it was the pure yang spirit. A lump of frost blue energy and a lump of golden energy were just a distance away from each other in the purple crystal. Although the energies were complete opposite in nature, they remained distinct from one another and nothing happened. The purple crystal was still here. Iyun clutched his chest. In his greatest moment of despair, the purple crystal had not abandoned him. It gave Iyun his last hope. Indeed, no matter what happened, the purple crystal remained in his body, becoming something that Iyun could rely on for eternity. Chapter 361, Lotus blooming with each step. Get in there. 2 guards brought Iyun to a chamber in the Chu royal residence and pushed him into it, they then locked Yi Yun's limbs with chains. Yi Yun fell down to the ice-cold ground and laid down on his back. Every breath coming from him released cold vapor, causing the water in the air to condense. The chamber's doors and windows were all made of a special metal, engraved with arrays in them. Even if a human lord were to be locked in here, he would not have the ability to break out. Furthermore, there were Chu royal residence guards patrolling outside the door. And further away, there were the legendary figures of the Shintu family clan. Attempting to escape only amounted to wishful thinking. Though, regardless of this, he had still survived. However, he was only able to live for the time being. The reason was because of Shintu Nanchan's obsession with Jiang Shiro's blood. If Shintu Nantian did not hate the desolate race to such an extreme or wished for a chance to capture Jiang Shiro, Yi Yun would have already lost his value, leaving him as a corpse. Yi Yun found this hard to accept. He did not want his survival to be established on so many what-ifs. Today had been the closest he had ever come to dying. It was also the moment when he nearly lost the most important person in his life. In comparison, Lien Xinyu's plots against him in the Cloud Wilderness as well as being hunted by the Golden Crow species in the Fallen Stargate were much smaller in magnitude. Death, Yi Yun did not know what it was like. Under the ground it was cold and dark, with a sense of endless loneliness. Bodies rot there, eventually turning into nothingness. Yi Yun was a modern person in his previous life. He was not like the warriors of this world. He would not easily risk his own life for a particular matter. Yi Yun cherished his life. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, Yi Yun will try his very best to live on. If he could live through this disaster. Then, he never ever wanted his life to be in the hands of someone else, never ever should someone else decide his life. He would not allow anyone to do so, no matter who it was. Yi Yun's body remained motionless. In this chamber, in a completely silent environment, he interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal. By using the purple crystal's powers, he started to slowly refine the frost toxins in his body. Even in the midst of despair, he was not willing to give up hope. He wanted to give it his all to gain even a slightly better chance of survival. He knew that he was temporarily safe. Shintu Nantian was using him to lure out the upper echelons of the desolate race. As such, they could not maim him too badly. At least he would not be made into a complete cripple, such as the breaking of all of his limbs. If that happened, when the upper echelons of the desolate race came, they would realize that Yi Yun was in such a pathetic state and give up on him when they probed him with their perception. This was because saving Yi Yun in such a state would be meaningless. It would only add to Yi Yun's suffering. This was probably why Shintu Nantian used a 7 noxious divining pill to waste away all of Yi Yun's cultivation. By doing so, and by controlling the proliferation of news, then on the surface it would look like Yi Yun was void of all energy and extremely weak. Like that, the upper echelons of the desolate race would not know that they were saving a cripple. This was also Shintu Nanchan's plan. Obviously, Yi Yun would not succumb to his machinations. There was no concept of time in the chamber due to the lack of light. So as time passed, Yi Yun remained lying on the ground, without moving even his fingers. However, in Yi Yun's body, the purple crystal had formed a tiny whirlpool. This whirlpool imperceptibly absorbed all of the frost toxins in Yi Yun's body. Inside the purple crystal, the originally small, blue, ice crystal gradually grew bigger. Although its quality was inferior to the pure Yang spirit, this incident had accidentally left behind a frosting elemental seed within the purple crystal. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi Yun looked up towards the sky with his eyes open. He did not move, and on the surface, it looked as if he was dead. However, Yi Yun's injuries were slowly healing. His strength was also quickly recovering. In his dantian, the radiant sun chi had restarted flowing vigorously, but Yi Yun used the purple crystal to seal the pure yang energy. As long as the purple crystal absorbed and sealed the energy within itself, then not even sages could detect it. At the same time, Yi Yun released the frost energy inside the purple crystal throughout his entire body. Because of this, from the surface it still looked as if Yi Yun was poisoned by the frost toxins, and as if his cultivation was nearly wasted away. There was no night and day in the chamber. The guards of the Chu royal residence would bring a pill and force feed it to Yi Yun every morning. This pill was a life-prolonging pill used to prevent Yi Yun from dying. The deadline was a few days away. They had to ensure that Yi Yun looked fine, regardless of anything, or they would not be able to lure in the desolate race. Kiki. So pitiful. It has been 7 days, yet this Yi Yun has not even moved his eyes. If not for his heart still beating, I would have thought he was already dead. A guard said with a gloating tone. As a Chu royal residence guard, their status was not low. However, when compared to an elite like Yi Yun, they were almost worthless. It was inevitable that they felt some hatred and jealousy in their hearts. When they saw Yi Yun in such a misfortune, they got the same feeling as commoners who saw a high-ranked official fall. Nothing is more lamentable than a dead heart. With your cultivation crippled, you would end up the same when your heart is dismembered a few days later. Another guard said as he fed the pill to Yi Yun. Ha ha. If I were him, I would probably commit suicide now. Commit suicide? Stop dreaming. Young Master Nantian would not let him die. Poisoned by the frost toxin, he does not even have the ability to terminate his own meridians. His limbs are also locked down, so he can only give up hope on committing suicide. With a life-prolonging pill being given to him every day, it is impossible for him to die even if he wishes to. Hi! This world is unpredictable. Who would have guessed that he, who was like the sun in the middle of the day a few days ago, would become a pathetic death row criminal? He has fallen from a heavenly palace and into hell. A guard shook his head as he spoke. He knew that the Shintu family clan had invited 2 enigmatic elders. Both of them had set up a powerful large array to lay down the bait. In a few days, high-ranking desolate race members might come to break through this virtually unbreakable large array to save a complete cripple. Just thinking of this made the 2 guards feel like there was something fun to look forward to. They really wanted to know what kind of facial expressions the upper echelons of the desolate race would have when they saved Yi Yun, only to find out that he was now a cripple. The 9th day. Shintu Nantian looked at the sky. The sun was about to set and tomorrow was the last day. If the upper echelons of the desolate race did not come, then Yi Yun would be put to death. Young Master Nantian, I am afraid that the desolate race will not come. Setting up this heaven-earth imperial array was not cheap. Beside Shintu Nantian was an elder in white robes. His eyebrows were very long and hang down like 2 white snakes. The heaven-earth imperial array needed the blood essence of primordial species in order to draw the array lines. 108 refined desolate bones were also needed to be used as the array flags. Creating this set of array flags was costly. Furthermore, this kinds of array flags could not be permanently used. A bit of their lifespans would be consumed with every use. Shintu Nantian then said, Elder Su, Elder Mo, I wish that you do not take this lightly. That witch girl is of a very special status amongst the desolate race. Her wishes would be valued greatly by the desolate race. The heaven-earth imperial array may be expensive, but if we can capture a few high-ranking desolate race members, as well as stop this beast horde, then we can even take this opportunity to capture that witch girl. If we do, then this amount of investment can essentially be ignored. The 2 elders did not reply. They went back to their own positions to meditate and rest. They were recuperating to ensure that they would be in tip-top condition. However, to the 2 elders, this obvious trap would likely not give any returns. No high-ranking desolate race member would want to send themselves to death. The moon was high up in the sky as a night wind blew through the Chu prefecture city. On a mountain in the city outskirts, alone, Silver Wolf howled while facing the silver like full moon. The lone wolf howled. Beside the silver wolf was a youth holding a bamboo flute that was not more than a foot long. He stood there in solitude. His eyes like deep, dark, black gemstones. It reflected lights that were brighter than the stars. Behind the youth was a vast galaxy. The silver light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. The scene was reminiscent to that of a dream. The green-clothed youth looked into the distance towards the Chu Prefecture city. The night wind blew up his green hairband as it fluttered in the wind. Under the night sky, the Chu Prefecture city was like a huge black beast that was just waiting for his arrival. The green-clothed youth took a step on the flowing wind and started levitating. Ha! Elder Su and Elder Mo, who were meditating, suddenly opened their eyes. They had simultaneously felt a strong presence approaching. And it was not the Yuan Qi energy of humans, but the surging power of desolates. Power of desolates. Desolate race. They really came. The eyes of the two elders flashed. They leapt up into the sky and flew with a golden beam trailing their feet. One of them held a golden sword while the other held a bronze mirror. They were like two gods of war flying in the air. It was unexpected that with the two of them there, and with the Heaven-Earth Imperial array, that a desolate race member was actually willing to come to his death. To come alone was a military taboo. Besides, they were fresh and fit, with a trap set up. This member of the desolate race was absolutely crazy. At this moment, Shintu Nantian also flew out from a palace. He was extremely excited that a member of the desolate race would actually come. With this, his plan had meaning to it. If the desolate race did not bother with a Yun, then even if a Yun's heart was dismembered in a day's time, it would just be the execution of a cripple. It would be no different from stepping on an ant. However, now, even if he could not capture Jiang Xiao, he would still gain a lot just from capturing a high-ranking desolate race member. I wonder what the lineup is. I hope that I will not be disappointed. Shintu Nantian thought. He was estimating that the desolate race would send at least 7 or 8 experts to help each other out to reduce the risk. However, when he saw the person who had come, Shintu Nantian was stunned. A green-clothed youth was slowly walking on thin air. His movements were calm and elegant. With every step he took, there would be starlight condensing together before it bloomed like a green lotus. Sliding over water, lotus blooming with each step. His steps seemed very slow, but every step he took seemed to contract the distance under his feet. A few seconds ago, he was along the horizons, but now, he was already right above the Chu royal residences thanks to his calm steps. Shepherd boy. Shintu Nantian's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 362, Trap. 10 years ago, the Shintu family clan had fought the Shepherd boy. Shintu Nantian still clearly remembered that the green-clad youth in front of him had killed several of his clansmen. There was an irreconcilable feud between them. You really have guts. Even though you know that there was a trap, you still dared to come alone. Today, you are going to die. Shintu Nantian's nerves tightened. He was unable to muster up any courage against the shepherd boy, who was a very powerful member of the desolate race, even though he had the Heaven-Earth Imperial array, Elder Su and Elder Mo. He even had a hidden last resort as his trump card. The shepherd boy had left an enormous psychological scar on him in the battle 10 years ago. The shepherd boy glanced at Shintu Nantian. It seemed like 2 bolts of lightning from his black eyes had pierced through the air. The bolts brought with them an unmatchable aura that penetrated straight to the heart. At that moment, Shintu Nantian's face paled. He felt that the shepherd boy's eyes had seen through him. That glare was sufficient enough to harm him. Shintu Nantian retreated a few steps in the air. At this moment, Elder Su had stood in front of Shintu Nantian with a bronze mirror. As a result, the pressure on Shintu Nantian decreased. Young Master Nantian, he is just an empty show of strength. The current him is different from the one 10 years ago. Elder Su looked at the shepherd boy with a sneer. At this moment in the Chu royal residence, many people rushed out of their residences knowing that an expert of the desolate race had arrived. They looked up into the sky awaiting the battle. They were both excited and nervous. That is the shepherd boy? It was the first time the people from the Chu royal residence had seen the shepherd boy. The warring parties were both existences that they found difficult to raise their heads up to. This battle was definitely going to be earth-shattering. To them, this was a rare experience. Let us keep a distance away. If we get hit by any stray attacks from the battle, our bodies will definitely turn to dust. The people from the Chu royal residence knew their own strengths. Even King Chu was taken a distance 5 kilometers away from the shepherd boy and company by the convoy of his guards. With the vision of warriors, they could still clearly see the details of the battle in the night sky, even from a distance of 5 kilometers. At this moment, in the center of the heaven-earth imperial array, where the royal residence's chamber was, Yun lifted his head. He looked up at the sky with the chamber's arrays blocking him. At that moment, someone's perception swept across him. Even though he was surrounded by arrays, the arrays were unable to prevent this person's perception. He knew that someone from the desolate race had come. Jiang Xioro had after all sent an expert from the desolate race to make a move. He had never expected that he would be backed into a corner when the desolate race attacked by setting off a beast horde that could wipe out the Tai Divine Kingdom. However, it later turned out that the Shintu family clan, which was like a savior, had sentenced him to death, resulting in him on relying on the desolate race to save him. Such shocking situation reversals were extremely ironic. Shepherd boy, since you are here today, stay behind. For the battle 10 years ago, you borrowed a primitive sacred desolate beast, the divine lion from the netherworld desolate god. It was indeed powerful, but that divine lion was seriously injured by our ancestor. It's not bad that it still lives to this day, but without the divine lion, you are only left with an old long gue. You are like a tiger without claws, so what is there to fear? He won't have the long gue. At this moment, Shintu Nantian interjected, I purposely set a period of 10 days, so that he has to hurry here from the divine wilderness. That old long gue may be strong, but its speed is extremely slow. How can a typical teleportation array send it through due to its size? Hence, that old long gue did not come at all. Shintu Nantian sneered. To rush from the divine wilderness to King Chu City in 10 days was quite a feat, considering that there was a time lag between the shepherd boy receiving the news and setting off. That's right, he doesn't even have the long gue true spirit. As Elder Su spoke, a phantom image appeared behind him. It was a 1,000-hand Buddha, and in front of the Buddha, there was a bronze lamp that burned slowly. This was Elder Su's aspect totem. A 1,000-hand Buddha as an aspect totem? This was the first time the people from Tai Divine Kingdom had seen such an aspect totem. The aspect totem was hundreds of feet tall. When it was conjured, it pierced the sky, and was as if a Buddha the size of a mountain was standing behind Elder Su. This scene was extremely shocking. Before this, the aspect totems they saw were much smaller, even for sages. And at this moment, colorful aspect totems lit up like torches from all corners of the Chu royal residence. Elders from the Shintu family clan and their guests all flew up into the night sky. All of them were famous figures. Typically, they would seldom team up to fight against someone due to their extraordinary status. However, today, 10 Shintu family clan elders, together with Elder Su and Elder Mo, a total of 12 peerless figures, surrounded the shepherd boy from all corners. Against the shepherd boy, they had to go all out and use whatever means possible. If they could kill the shepherd boy, it would be a great achievement. The Shintu family clan would definitely reward them with invaluable items. The shepherd boy was encircled by them, and beneath his feet was the heaven-earth imperial array that the Shintu family clan had carefully prepared. Shepherd boy, your desolate race is essentially no different from beastmasters. Without the prehistoric sacred beasts under your command, I don't believe you can escape. Elder Mo, who was dressed in black, pointed his golden sword at the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy glanced at Elder Mo and said calmly, "Your aspect totem has not even managed to enter your body. Your cultivation level is just SOSO." The shepherd boy's voice was calm as his green clothes fluttered. The nerve! After being looked down upon by the shepherd boy, Elder Mo's eyes flashed coldness. 10 years ago, you were hit by our ancestors' death heavenly revolution. Even now, you are still injured, yet you dare to speak so recklessly. I wonder who gave you that confidence. The battle 10 years ago had the shepherd boy use the divine lion against the Shinto patriarch. As a beast master, the divine lion he borrowed from the netherworld desolate god was the shepherd boy's greatest strength. However, that divine lion had been seriously injured by the Shinto patriarch. At the same time, the shepherd boy had been hit by the Shinto patriarch's death heavenly revolution. The Shinto patriarch's strength could only be described as unfathomable. However, he had suffered injuries from that battle and has been in reclusive healing ever since. Elder Mo was sure that the shepherd boy was more injured than the Shinto patriarch was 10 years ago. That was the reason why he had retreated. As for that death heavenly revolution, it was impossible to dissipate it once it was struck one's body. Now, the Shinto patriarch's strength had not even recovered 60% of his strength, so how much could the shepherd boy recover? The shepherd boy remained silent and did not acknowledge Elder Mo. Suddenly, he turned around a tiny bit and looked somewhere into thin air. With the bamboo flute in his hand, the shepherd boy lightly waved his sleeves. "Come on out. I know you are hiding in the shadows." The thin air remained still as no one responded. The shepherd boy raised the bamboo flute to his chest silently before saying in a deep voice, "Do you want me to invite you out?" At this moment, a shrill laugh came out from the thin air. It made the scalps of the surrounding people tingle. I was just accompanying the Shinto family clan with their foray into the Taiya Divine Kingdom and I had no intentions on doing anything. However, with you coming in person, how could I miss it? The hoarse voice made people shudder. The people from the Taiya Divine Kingdom were so alarmed that they did not speak a single word. The 12 legendary figures from before, especially Elder Su and Elder Mo, were extraordinarily strong. Even Shinto Nantian treated them with absolute respect. However, now, there was actually a person hiding in the shadows? And it seemed that this person was the strongest amongst all of them. Chapter 363, Order of Heaven and Earth. A ripple suddenly appeared in the thin air. Space was torn apart as a black bell flew out of the void. Dang! A loud ring sounded from the bell, resounding throughout the entire area. It shook the entire Chu Prefecture city. With the bell appearing, an old man, wearing a black cloak with a stooped back, slowly walked out of a black mist. There was a thick aura of death being exuded from him. As I guessed, it is you, the 10,000 Imperial King. The shepherd boy looked at the black-cloaked person who had suddenly appeared, without any change in his expression. However, when the warriors of the Taiya Divine Kingdom in the Chu Prefecture city heard the title of 10,000 Imperial King, they gasped. 10,000 Imperial King. 10,000 was a title, while Imperial King was the name of the person's realm. In fact, a lot of people in the Taiya Divine Kingdom were not sure of what the names of the realms above the Sage Realm were. Imperial King was by no doubt in the realm of a great emperor. As for how strong he was amongst the great emperors, they had no idea. Great emperors were too mysterious for them. It is nice of you to remember me, hee. The black-cloaked man insidiously smiled. He slowly lifted off the hood covering his head. With that, people saw a face that made them feel like vomiting. The cloaked man's face was filled with wrinkles and scars. Most of his hair had fallen off, leaving behind only a few strands of hair. His neck, face, and skin were all baggy. It looked like it were about to fall off due to rot. The person in front of them looked as if he had crawled out from a grave. Such a look made people not want to take a second glance. He is still alive even in that state? The Taiya Divine City warriors were extremely alarmed. An old man's corpse that had begun to rot after a month would probably be in a better shape than he was. Of course I remember. I am just curious about how you are still alive. You cultivated the 10,000 ghost Tao, to the point of going astray. And now, you are in a state where you are neither ghost nor man. To carry on living like this requires a great deal of courage. The shepherd boy used a calm tone of voice to say what were obviously mocking and vicious words. However, the way he said it made people unable to detect the sarcasm. It sounded more like he was stating a general fact. When people heard him, they shuddered. In this situation, with so many experts surrounding him, while situated inside such a large array, the shepherd boy was still able to calmly taunt his opponents. The 10,000 imperial king's face sank. Good. Good. Today, I want to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Attack. The 10,000 imperial king was the first to make a move. He cried out in a strange way, and a gigantic, blood-colored skeleton appeared behind him. This blood-colored skeleton was 1,000 feet tall. It looked like blood intertwined with the full moon. Shoo! 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 The blood-colored skeleton melted in the air, turning in a blood-colored sea. It reversed directions and swept towards the 10,000 imperial king, and finally, the blood-colored sea completely merged with the 10,000 imperial king's body. In an instant, the 10,000 imperial king's rotted body became blood-red. At that moment, he looked like a blood-colored Shura who had climbed out from hell. The aspect totem entered his body. King Chu said with surprise 5 kilometers away. He did not know what realm merging one's aspect totem into one's body was, but he did remember that the shepherd boy had previously said, "Your aspect totem has not even managed to enter your body. Your cultivation level is just SOSO." Clearly, merging one's aspect totem into one's body was the goal of those peerless mighty existences. The 10,000 imperial king struck with a palm. The palm swept up a surging tidal wave of blood. One could also faintly see white bones within it, and one could also hear the ghastly wails of ghosts roar. Against this tidal wave, the shepherd boy did not take one step back. He lightly flicked his green long sleeves and pressed down against the tidal wave with one palm. A large green hand appeared out of thin air, one that could block out the sky. Boom! The blood wave dissipated into a bloody mist before it disappeared into the night sky. The shepherd boy did not retreat at all. His deep, black eyes saw through the blood mist and locked on to the 10,000 imperial king. "You are already half a step into the netherworld. Since you do not have the courage to take that final step, let me send you on your way." The 10,000 imperial king looked at him ferociously as he roared, "What are you waiting for? Activate the large array and join forces to kill him." "Right, attack. We have so many people, and he still has injuries. He will definitely be no match for us. Without the primitive, sacred desolate beast at his command, he is nothing to fear." Several legendary experts attacked together. At the same time, the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array beneath them started to emit a ghastly blue light. A visible energy shield then encased this part of the world. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array was an array that countered the Desolate race. Once the array was activated, there would be a closed domain spanning the radius of 5 kilometers. In this domain, the power of Desolates would be greatly reduced. The power of Desolates was the source of the Desolate race's energy. Now, whenever the shepherd boy used an attack, he had to exert a force to counter the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. To resist the array and face off against the attacks of so many people alone, it would naturally be very disadvantageous for the shepherd boy. However, even though this was the case, the shepherd boy still had to enter the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. That was because Yi Yun was sealed within the heart of the Great Array by the Shintu family clan. A few legends of the Shintu family clan attacked together. In an instant, the beams of aspect totems lit up the dark sky. Terrifying Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi condensed together to form a gushing divine fountain. In the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, the strength of humans would not be reduced, it would instead increase. With the 10 of us joining forces, you will definitely turn to dust. A few of the Shinto family clan's legends set up a battle array, which increased their strength. The force from one strike was earth-shattering. The shepherd boy, however, transcended them. His expression did not flinch at all, for there was no sadness or happiness in it. He bathed in the moonlight of the 9 heavens, as if he was a god that had descended from the heavens. He made his move. No one saw how he attacked, all they saw was a green flash that looked like a green, 100,000 feet waterfall, traversing the starry sky. Ah! A legendary expert of the Shinto family clan, who was previously antagonizing, suddenly let out a scream. It was as if he had hit a mountain at high speed. He flew backwards, his sternum and ribs on both sides now completely shattered. His chest sank inwards as his organs ruptured. He spat blood out from his mouth. What? The shepherd boy managed to counterattack even when alone against the 10 legends' combined efforts. At the same time, he had seriously injured one of them. Furthermore, this was within the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. In this array, his strength was greatly reduced. Elder Son. A legendary expert of the Shinto family clan turned around to save the old man. However, at this moment, a silk-like strand of a green beam flashed past his body. This strand was clearly condensed of extreme amounts of energy. It cut through thin air at an incredulous speed. Pwah! Blood dyed the sky as the heavily injured legendary expert's head flew out. His neck had been split apart just like the thin air. Injuring all of a man's fingers was not as effective as merely chopping one off. The shepherd boy knew that this battle today would not be easy. So his goal was not to heavily injure the enemy, but to kill them. Seeing the head fly up high in the sky, people were stunned. To the Taiya Divine Kingdom's warriors, this was a battle that exceeded their comprehension. As for the people of the Shinto family clan, they were all frightened and distraught. Shinto Nantian had long since retreated to the far back. He was only a junior and had no qualifications to participate in this battle. He watched on helplessly as Elder Son was killed by the shepherd boy. He could not even tell how the shepherd boy had attacked. How can this happen? Shinto Nantian frowned. He had set up the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, why did it not seem to affect the shepherd boy at all? Do not panic. With us combining forces, there is no way that we will lose. He must have used brute strength to break through the array's shackles. This will be extremely taxing on him. A legendary expert of the Shinto family clan said. He did not believe that the shepherd boy had the strength to turn the tide under this situation. As long as morale was upkept, they could combine forces and, step by step, the shepherd boy would soon run out of energy. However, just as that legendary expert finished speaking, he saw a blur. A figure flashed before him like a ghost. It was like a vast amount of green smoke condensed before him. The shepherd boy appeared right before the old man, without any expression. He then attacked with a palm strike. What? The elder's soul jumped out of his body. When he said those words, he was on full alert. He did not feel any spatial fluctuations in energy, but still the shepherd boy suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. He had instantaneously traversed 1,000 feet through the void, far exceeding the elder's reaction time. Against the terrifying male of the desolate race, the shepherd boy, this elder felt as if death itself had descended on him. That pressure, this fear, could not be described with words. Even though he had spoken with confidence and logic, his hair was now standing on end, and his face had turned pale. It was too terrifying. He was unbeatable. In a split second, the elder knew that escape was no longer a possibility. He roared and ignored the palm strike from the shepherd boy. He circulated his body's yuan qi and slashed at the shepherd boy's chest with a saber. He wanted to risk his life to take a life. Since he could not block the shepherd boy's attack, he could only use this method to force the shepherd boy to defend. However, the shepherd boy remained expressionless. His palm carried on descending. Risking his life? The shepherd boy had spent his entire life in the divine wilderness, and now stood above this world. How could he risk his life with a Shinto family clan's elder? Boom! As the palm struck the elder's chest, the elder's body suddenly shrunk. Even the space around him collapsed. His sternum fractured and his heart and lungs burst. He turned in a mass of blood. However, when the elder's saber finally slashed down, the shepherd boy's body suddenly disappeared. He had calmly retreated to a few hundred feet away with peerless gracefulness. His green clothes fluttered as they remained clean from even a single drop of blood. Even his hands were clean of blood. It was as if he had not fought. His hands sparkled like jade, as if he had never struck out with his palm. The second legendary figure had died. Several kilometers away, Shinto Nanshan's face was pale. How could this happen? Even when the shepherd boy was at his peak 10 years ago, he was not that strong, even with the divine lion's battle strength. 10 years ago, although it was said to be a battle between the shepherd boy and the Shinto patriarch, the one really fighting was the divine lion. The shepherd boy was only playing a supporting role. Back then, the shepherd boy had definitely not been a match for the Shinto patriarch. As for the divine lion, it was a sacred beast owned by the netherworld desolate god. It did not have any relations with the shepherd boy as it was just lent to him. Hence, Shinto Nanshan's impression of the shepherd boy's strength was that it was equivalent to the early stages of Great Emperor. Shinto Nantian would not be afraid of such strength at all, as the 10,000 Imperial King, who had been hiding in the shadows, had already exceeded this realm. With the support of the Great Array, this was supposed to be foolproof. However, the turn of events had gone far beyond his expectations. The shepherd boy was so strong that it was unbelievable. According to common sense, the shepherd boy, at his previous cultivation realm, should not be able to increase his strength this much in the short span of 10 years. Did something happen to the shepherd boy in the past decade? Even if something did happen, Shinto Nantian could not understand how the shepherd boy was able to completely ignore the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Or could it be just as the Shinto family clan's legendary expert, who had just died, said? That the shepherd boy had forcefully gathered his strength in order to break through the shackles of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. If so, then every strike of his would expend a great deal of energy, weakening him at a rapid pace. If this was true, then they were bound to win if they dragged the battle out. However, at this moment, the Shinto family clan's legendary experts before him were all lacking confidence. The shepherd boy was too terrifying. He had attacked twice, and both the attacks had killed one of the Shinto family clan elders. This was also under the restraint and threats of the others. It was as if he could ignore the presence of everyone. No one dared to speak another word while facing the shepherd boy. They were now all silent because the past 2 times the shepherd boy attacked, he killed the 2 elders that spoke the most. They had taunted the shepherd boy, but were killed shortly after. So that is why, 1,000 feet away from the shepherd boy, the 10,000 Imperial King had witnessed the 2 times the shepherd boy attacked. His expression turned serious. You have already grasped the order of heaven and earth. And the order you have gained insight in has the ability to manipulate the world's power of desolates, allowing you to ignore the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array was also a type of law. To be precise, all the arrays in the martial world belonged to a type of law. When the laws a warrior grasped far exceeded the array's laws, then that array would not be able to restrain him. The shepherd boy was in such a state. The order which he controlled was something the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array could compare to at all. Hearing the words of the 10,000 Imperial King, the Shinto family clan elders held their breaths. Grasped the order of heaven and earth? This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level, it was one's attainment in the laws. It meant that a warrior's achievements in a particular law had reached its peak. The shepherd boy did not comment as he gently wiped his interspatial ring and took out a sword. This sword was entirely white, like jade. It did not reflect any light like metals do. However, this sword was not made of jade but bone. This was a primitive sacred desolate beast's bone that had been ground into a sword. The sword's blade was 4 feet long, but its hilt was extremely short, just 4 inches long. The sword's blade and hilt were connected together without a guard. However, on the hilt, there were 9 nomological seals. It emitted a mysterious yet ancient aura. The sword's name is Illusionary Bone. The shepherd boy said lightly as he pointed the white sword blade towards the 10,000 Imperial King. Chapter 364, The Young Brother's Idea. The 10,000 Imperial King's expression turned ugly when the shepherd boy pointed at him with the sword. You think I am like them? That night, amongst those who fought for the Shintu family clan, the 10,000 Imperial King was the strongest. Following behind him were Elder Su and Elder Mo, the 2 elders who were not in the family. As for the other 10 elders and legendary experts, they were the weakest. The 2 people the shepherd boy killed were 2 of the 10 normal elders. Hence, although the shepherd boy seemed overwhelmingly strong, the 10,000 Imperial King was not scared out of his wits by the shepherd boy. A dense deathly aura emitted from his body as he opposed the shepherd boy. Things do not look optimistic. Several kilometers away, Shintu Nanshan's expression had turned ugly. The events of tonight had gone far beyond his original expectations. The large array he had set up, along with all the experts he had gathered here to await the enemy falling into the trap, was all foiled by the shepherd boy alone. He had even killed 2 people. Now, it was still a mystery if the 10,000 Imperial King could actually defeat the shepherd boy. If he could not prevent the shepherd boy from leaving today, then when Shintu Nantian returned to his family, those who were at odds with him and the family would attack him with this. Even in the Shintu family clan, there was competition over power and benefits. Shintu Nanshan's existence naturally harmed the prospects of others. Young Master Nantian, that. Should we take this opportunity to get rid of Yiyun? At this moment, Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng came to the Shintu Nanshan side and suggested this without much confidence. The way Shintu Nantian had previously done things was still fresh in their minds. Especially so for Yang Dingkuan. Just after Jiang Xiao escaped, he had interjected, hoping to redirect the spearhead from King Chu onto Yiyun. However, with a shot from Shintu Nantian, his eardrums had burst, resulting in him bleeding. He himself even knelt down at that moment. Back then, Yang Dingkuan even thought that he was dead. Against Shintu Nantian, Yang Dingkuan had a psychological scar, so he did not dare to speak boldly. However, he had to suggest this matter at this moment. From the current situation, there was a possibility that the shepherd boy would be able to rescue Yiyun. They had offended Yiyun badly, and had done all sorts of things to add insult to injury. If they did not take this opportunity to get Yiyun killed, then, if something was to happen in the future. Previously, Yiyun's talent had appalled Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. In the 4 Kingdoms Alliance tournament, Yiyun had defeated Fenglin, then Bai, and finally he battered the elites of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. He was almost non-human. Although Yiyun was already crippled now, they would rather be safe than sorry. Seeing the shepherd boy and his heaven-defying methods, what if he had the means to heal Yiyun? Even if he could not be completely healed, just being partially healed would be more than enough to torture the 2 brothers. Furthermore, even if Yiyun was completely crippled, he could still find his elder sister and send someone from the upper echelons of the desolate race to kill the 2 of them. It would be as easy as child's play. Just thinking about it made Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng feel fear. Hence, they had to muster up their courage and talk to Shintu Nantian. Oh? Shintu Nanshan's voice turned cold. Do you think that my Shintu family clan is destined to be defeated in tonight's battle? Yiyun could only be saved by the shepherd boy if Shintu Nanshan's plan failed. Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng immediately shivered. Their faces turned white with fright. Shintu Nanshan's had mood swings, and once his anger burst out, no one would know what their outcomes would be. No, we do not mean that. How could that happen? It is just...
Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng were sweating profusely.
They wanted to force out an explanation, but seeing Shintu Nanshan's cold eyes, their voices began to tremble. Facing Shintu Nantian was like a mortal facing a powerful desolate beast.
They could lose their lives at any moment. Although Shintu Nanshan's eyes were cold, he was not against Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng's proposal. In fact, Shintu Nantian did not think that the shepherd boy had any means of healing Yi Yun.
That was a 7-noxious divining pill, which had an extremely strong frost power to it. That sort of pill was originally used by peak sages for them to cultivate in the frost ice laws. It could be used to increase one's insight in the laws and deepen one's cultivation level. The medicinal properties of the pill used by peak sages were extremely violent. What sort of outcome would happen when used on a Yuan Foundation warrior? Furthermore, the frost toxins had already been in Yi Yun's body for 10 days. Even a god could not save him now.
However, he still agreed with Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng.
There was nothing wrong with being meticulous and making sure to prevent any possible future troubles. Shintu Nantian slightly sighed and spoke to Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng. What you say does make sense.
You must rid the roots of everything to prevent any future trouble.
You can enter the chamber and kill Yi Yun.
We.
When Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng heard this, they were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Shintu Nantian would send someone from the Shintu family clan to finish Yi Yun. They never expected him to send them.
Yi Yun may be a cripple now and nothing to be feared.
In fact, they really wished to kill Yi Yun and do all sorts of terrible things to him, to enjoy the pleasure of revenge. However, the critical point was that the shepherd boy was still up in the sky. The shepherd boy's power was unfathomable. Such an expert had great senses. When he discovered that they entered the Erase core, couldn't the shepherd boy just blow some air at them to turn them to ash? Wasn't this courting death? Humph. What a bunch of cowards. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Erase array disk is in my hand.
With the array disk, I can send you directly into the array core.
There is a barrier in the Heaven-Earth Imperial Erase core. Although the shepherd boy can ignore the Heaven-Earth Imperial Erase laws and still use the power of Desolates, the array core has a strong shield that separates it from the outside world. No matter what laws are understood, one cannot ignore this energy shield. Therefore, if the shepherd boy wants to enter the array core, he needs to use brute force. It is not that the shepherd boy cannot break through the barrier, but the crux of the issue is that he still needs to face the 10,000 Imperial King. The 10,000 Imperial King is not necessarily weaker than the shepherd boy, so how would the shepherd boy dare divert his attention to break through the barrier while in battle? Even with the shepherd boy's strength, he will need several seconds to break through this barrier. And these few seconds are enough for a powerful person like the 10,000 Imperial King to do several things.
Shintu Nantian's explanation seemed reasonable.
Although Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng were still afraid, they did not feel like it was something that would be certain to send them to their deaths.
In fact, Yang Dingquan even wanted to ask, since it is so safe, why do you not do it yourself?
Of course, he absolutely did not have the guts to say that.
What are you waiting for? Do you want me to personally kill the ant-like Yi Yun?
Shintu Nanshan's voice turned cold, causing Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng to jump up with fright. They did not dare act against Shintu Nanshan's orders. At this moment, they were lamenting in their hearts. They hoped that whatever Shintu Nantian said was true and that he had not deceived them. They really had nothing better to do but to give themselves something to do. Even if Yi Yun might one day recover from his injuries, it was still better than facing the shepherd boy now.
Do not worry. I will not send you to your deaths. The shepherd boy and 10,000 Imperial King are going to fight soon. I will send you into the array core when their battle is at its greatest intensity. At that moment, the shepherd boy will have absolutely no time to attend to other things, otherwise, it would just be suicide. Shintu Nantian confidently said. Yang Dingquan and Yang Yifeng looked at each other, lamenting in their hearts.
At this moment, it seemed like they could only bite down hard and do it. Chapter 365, Settling Scores. In the sky, the shepherd boy and the 10,000 Imperial King had finally begun fighting. The sealing laws of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array were not effective. At the same time, the Shintu family clan's elders joined in the battle against the shepherd boy. With the 10,000 Imperial King as their leader, Elder Su and Elder Mo, together with the other legendary experts, formed a large array to aid him. When the 10,000 Imperial King used his Ghost Dao laws, a ghastly wail resounded in the sky over a radius of 50 kilometers. A sea of blood emerged, covering the full moon with a bloody shadow. Against the 10,000 Imperial King who was going all out, the shepherd boy brandished the beast bone sword. 9 runes on the sword lit up one after the other. Now is the time. A few miles away from the battle scene, Shintu Nantian noticed that the 10,000 Imperial King and the shepherd boy were about to start their intense battle. He suddenly grabbed Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng, and at the same time, the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's array disk flew up into the air and spun above Shintu Nantian's head. The array began shimmering. Shintu Nantian threw both Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng into the array. At this moment, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng's hearts went tight. Young Master Nantian, hold on. The shepherd boy hasn't made his move yet, now is not the time. Before Yang Yefeng could finish his sentence, he had been thrown into the array's light. In front of Shintu Nantian, how could Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng have the ability to resist? Ah! The two brothers let out a scream and felt space distort. They were being warped into the array. Behind them, Shintu Nantian sneered, "Good luck to the two of you. If you can alert the shepherd boy and force him to kill the two of you, then it will be a worthy death." Although the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core had a protective barrier and the shepherd boy was busy fighting the 10,000 Imperial King, it was still a question of what the shepherd boy would recklessly do as a result of his rage when Iyun was really killed. Besides, Shintu Nantian himself had a feud with the shepherd boy, so he definitely would not take the risk. However, if it was Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng, then it did not matter. If they could anger the shepherd boy and distract him into killing them, then there might be a chance for the 10,000 Imperial King to sneak up on him. It would be putting them to good use. Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng only felt space distort, and the next moment, they were already in the Chu royal residence's underground chambers. Oh! High in the sky, the shepherd boy noticed something. He swept his perception over the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. He clearly knew that people had just entered the core a moment ago. The shepherd boy's perception pierced through the barrier and clung onto Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng's bodies. Seeing the two of them, the shepherd boy turned silent. He did not make any moves, but at this moment, the 10,000 Imperial King in front of him had let out a strange squeal. A palm strike came towards him. That palm formed a black ghastly claw in the sky as it came flying towards the shepherd boy's face. The shepherd boy flew backwards and slashed with his sword. A white flame burned on the white bone sword. This flame was immaculate and pure. There was not a single trace of any other color, as if it was the order of heaven and earth burning. Boom! When the ghastly claw struck the sword beam, a divine beam shot into the sky, and the sounds of wailing ghosts rang. The light of the tumultuous energy poured onto the Chu royal residence from above. The palaces were built from all kinds of hard and precious stones, however, under the explosive force of the light from the energy, they were destroyed like they were sandcastles. People watched helplessly as the Chu royal residence's main hall was struck by a white beam before it disintegrated. It did not collapse, nor did it crumble, but it turned into dust after being struck by the white light. Later, the dust dissipated away. It was a complete annihilation. Terrifying. At this moment, King Chu's face was pale. He did not have the time to be concerned about the array-laden palace that he had spent a lot of resources building. Now, lives were at stake. Two great Emperor Realm experts were exchanging blows, so who knows what would happen? Send the command. Evacuate all the commoners of Chu Prefecture City.
Evacuate everyone in the royal residence too. The 10,000 imperial king was definitely not someone who was kind-hearted.
As the shepherd boy said, he had cultivated an ancient evil cultivation technique, so it was impossible to wish that he was a kind-hearted person. As for the other person, the shepherd boy, he may look handsome, but he was after all a member of the desolate race. He would not show any mercy when he killed humans, just like how humans slaughtered desolate beasts mercilessly.
Boom! The shepherd boy and the 10,000 imperial king exchanged blows once again. The ground in the center of the Chu royal residence had completely collapsed. A huge ghastly claw mark was left imprinted on the ground. Countless palaces collapsed as the earth quaked. What happened? In the core of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng slammed heavily into the chamber walls. When the ghastly claw struck, it had directly hit the barrier of the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. Although the barrier did not explode, the terrifying vibrations had sent Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng, who were within it, flying.
They nearly spat out blood from colliding with the wall.
What the heck is going on? Is the shepherd boy attacking the array?
Once they entered the array, all sound was cut off completely.
Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng were completely unaware of what was going on outside.
At this moment, a Yuan Qi transmission from Shintu Nantian entered their ears. Do not panic. The shepherd boy has completely ignored you.
He is currently battling the 10,000 imperial king. You will feel some vibrations due to the fallout from their fighting. Shintu Nantian did not know what was going on in the array, but he guessed that the aftermath of the 10,000 imperial king's ghastly claw would definitely make Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng suffer. Hence, he used his Yuan Qi transmission to inform them.
What? The fallout was that powerful?
Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng looked at each other and they were secretly alarmed.
However, as long as the shepherd boy ignored them, then everything would be fine.
Let's first get rid of Yiyun.
Yes, since we are in here, killing Yiyun is of utmost importance. I have long hoped to place that kid under my feet and stomp on him until he becomes a muddy mess.
The two sneered.
Just thinking of them facing Yiyun, whose cultivation level had been wasted, made them excited. They dashed to the chamber where Yiyun was imprisoned in one breath.
Pang!
The chamber's door was kicked open violently by Yang Dingquan.
Ha ha ha! Yiyun, you must not have imagined that this day would come.
In the chamber, Yiyun's body was chained up.
He was huddled up in the corner of the walls.
His face and hair were veiled with a layer of frost. His clothes were mostly torn and stained with blood.
Those stains were from the blood that he had bled when Shintu Nantian wounded him.
Now, the blood had dried up, turning black.
Yiyun's current state looked no different to a beggar. Yiyun, to think you have already turned into such a state after not seeing you for a few days.
If I did not know that you were the only person locked up in here, I would really not be able to recognize you. Is this really the proud son of heaven from the Tai A divine city of yesteryear?
Kiki, life sure is unpredictable.
Yang Dingquan felt very happy seeing Yiyun in such a state. He suddenly felt that it was worth it to risk his life to enter the chamber. To be able to ravage a genius who had previously been praised by the Tai A Divine City's city lord and idolized by countless numbers of Tai A Divine City cultivators was indescribable.
Yiyun, you must not be too smug as a person. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. You fell from heaven into hell. I really feel sad for you. However, don't worry, we are here to end your suffering. For a person like you to become a cripple, living itself is a suffering, isn't it? Yang Yefeng also mocked. Yiyun looked up and his gaze pierced through his messy hair and landed on Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng. It is you too.
A cold beam flashed in Yiyun's eyes. When Jiang Shiro's identity was revealed, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng had diligently offered to prepare an alchemy lab for Shintu Nantian. They had also sent a voice transmission to Yiyun saying how great it would be if they were given some elixirs. Yi Yun had a strong murderous intent towards the two of them. Kiki, your gaze looks fearsome, but what can you do? In a while, it will be me brutally killing you. Your gaze is not bad. I will dig your eyes out and soak them in herbal liquid to store them properly. After that, you can keep staring at me. It would definitely be very interesting. Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng laughed without restraint as they walked towards Yi Yun. Yang Yefeng flipped his hand and retrieved a dagger from his interspatial ring. The dagger reflected a cold beam. He brandished the dagger tip in front of Yi Yun's eyes as he simulated the act of digging Yi Yun's eyes out. On the other hand, Yang Dingquan stopped in front of Yi Yun and raised his foot. He was preparing to step on Yi Yun's face. So what if you are a proud son of heaven? Stepping on you now is no different from stepping on a dog. To step on Yi Yun's face gave a great sense of achievement. However, just as Yang Dingquan raised his foot to step downwards, Yi Yun, who was in the corner, suddenly sprang up like a leopard. Crash! The chains on Yi Yun's body tightened. Phew! Yuan Qi surged out from Yi Yun's body as it burned. The sudden turn of events greatly alarmed Yang Dingquan. He had no time to react before Yi Yun grabbed his neck. Yi Yun pressed Yang Dingquan's entire body on the ground. You! Yang Dingquan screamed. At this moment, Yi Yun had already used a hand to hold Yang Dingquan's calf down, and he took a brick out from his interspatial ring with his other hand. The black metallic brick was suffused with a cold beam. This was the brick that Yi Yun used when he traversed the divine wilderness. Yi Yun's eyes looked ferocious as he aimed the brick towards Yang Dingquan's ankle before slamming it down with full force. How could using the sonic deathblade to chop off a foot be more joyous than smashing it into a pulp with a metallic brick? Pang! An explosive sound rang as Yang Dingquan squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Yun's brick had slammed onto Yang Dingquan's foot. The chamber's floor was made of specially constructed metal and it was extremely hard. The metallic brick, along with Yi Yun's brutal force, together with the hard metallic ground, caused Yang Dingquan's entire foot to become meat pulp. The foot's bones were crushed into dust and the flesh into bits. Yang Dingquan screamed crazily as if his throat was filled with glass. His face was white as he sweated profusely. He had never expected that the Yi Yun, who was half dead, would suddenly become so terrifying. Chapter 366, Returning It to You. Yang Dingquan stared widely at Yi Yun with fear as he grabbed his calf that no longer had a foot. You. His voice trembled. He could not even complete a sentence. To Yuan Foundation realm warriors, if their foot was cut off, the foot could be joined back with good medicine. It could completely recover in a few months. However, if the foot was smashed into meat pulp, then there was no way of recovering it. Only top-grade medicines could regrow a lost limb. However, with Yang Dingquan's status and wealth, it was practically impossible for him to obtain such medicine. Hence, Yang Dingquan's foot was equivalent to being completely disabled. A warrior whose foot was disabled was worse than a warrior missing a hand. The despair Yang Dingquan now felt was obvious. Yi Yun held the brick stained with meat pulp and blood while looking at Yang Dingquan. He said calmly, "You do not need to feel despair. Today, you will die here. Having one foot less or not does not matter." Yi Yun's voice may sound calm, but it was filled with murderous intent. Yang Yefeng, who was beside Yang Dingquan, still held a dagger in his hand. A drop of cold sweat cr down his forehead. How is this possible? Your cultivation was clearly crippled. Previously, when Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng entered the chamber, they had clearly seen Yi Yun covered in ice crystals, as if he was poisoned by frost toxins. However, in a blink of an eye, all the ice crystals disappeared and Yi Yun's Yuan Qi had exploded. Crippled cultivation? Yi Yun sneered, "Whatever you do to me, and whatever you wanted to do to me but have not done, I will return all of them to the both of you identically. Regardless whether it is you, or the Shintu family clan." When Yi Yun said this, his body emitted an unlimited amount of murderous intent. A phantom image of a corpse mountain and blood sea appeared behind him. This was the Saber-Tooth's 32 words, killing at its core. While Yi Yun's understanding of the Saber-Tooth's 32 words grew deeper by the day, the phantom image of the corpse mountain and blood sea would appear automatically whenever he was filled with killing intent. When they saw the phantom image behind Yi Yun, Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng's faces paled in fright. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Your cultivation hasn't been crippled? How can that be? The two of them acted like their souls had left their bodies. A few months ago, when Yi Yun was at the peak of the Purple Blood Realm, he had won the Alliance tournament by defeating Bai after beating Feng Lin. Back then, Feng Lin and Bai may have suppressed their cultivation levels, but they were still people that Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng had no methods to deal with. And at this moment, Yi Yun had already broken through to the Yuan Foundation realm. His cultivation level was similar to theirs. With Yi Yun's extraordinary battle prowess, they lacked the courage to resist against Yi Yun. He still has chains on his body. Yang Yefeng saw that some of the chains on Yi Yun's body were broken, but there were still some that were connected. These chains were engraved with runes and they were extremely strong. It was not easy to break them. Yang Yefeng slowly retreated. He used the corner of his eyes to look at the chamber's door. He felt hatred towards Yang Dingquan, who had closed the metallic door after entering the chamber. He calculated in his mind that the time it takes to open the metallic door was the time it took to snap one's fingers. As Yi Yun was restrained by chains, he could only attack from a distance, and might not be able to harm him. And behind him, there was also Yang Dingquan. At this time, the idea of brotherly love was just a joke. Why would Yang Yefeng care if Yang Dingquan lived? Yi Yun touched his interspatial ring and sneered, "Are you thinking of escaping?" Yang Yefeng's face sank. He knew that the moment he moved, Yi Yun would attack him. For a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, there was no need to make bodily contact. The power from saber chi or sword chi cutting through the air was also powerful. Yang Yefeng watched Yi Yun's movements carefully. He said coldly, "Do you think you can keep me here? You are being bound by chains and the power of the moves you use will be limited. Besides, you only have the time to strike once, so what can you do to me? If you want to break the chains, you need to waste a lot of energy. The chains you have broken must have wasted a lot of your energy, right?" As Yang Yefeng spoke, he slowly retreated. He could not turn around and flee, as that would open his body to attack. Then, Yi Yun could mortally wound him easily with one strike. Yi Yun chuckled as he flipped his palm. He took an old broken sword out from his interspatial ring. This broken sword was covered in rust. It looked like a relic that had been unearthed. Oh! Yang Yefeng was surprised. He did not know why Yi Yun pulled out such a useless sword. As he was still wondering why, something that made his eyes pop out had happened. He saw Yi Yun casually wave his hand, slashing at the chain. Following that, with a clear snap, the runes on the chain suddenly shimmered for a while. After they had finished shimmering, the broken sword had completely cut through the chain. What? Yang Dingquan stared widely. His face was gloomy as his soul began to separate from his body. How could this be possible? That was a chain made by a master blacksmith in the Chu royal residence. How could it break so easily? The broken sword that looked like it was almost going to rot away had cut through the chains as if it was cutting grass. What you said previously was well said. Yi Yun casually threw the useless chains away and said coldly, "You said that one must not be too smug as a person. Or else, you will fall from heaven into hell." That is indeed true. As Yi Yun spoke, he began walking towards Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng. At this moment, the chamber's door was still closed. With Yi Yun's strength, Yang Yefeng had no hope of opening the door with Yi Yun attacking. "We will go all out and fight you." Yang Dingquan was holding onto his calf as he spoke in a threatening manner, but he lacked courage deep down. With only 1 foot, there was no way he could escape from Yi Yun's sword. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a push on his back. His cousin, Yang Yefeng, had pushed him, who had only 1 leg, towards Yi Yun. "Brother, help me block him for a while." As Yang Yefeng said that, he frantically rushed out of the chamber. Yang Dingquan was greatly shocked. He had only 1 leg left, so how could he withstand the full force of Yang Yefeng's push? His body flew towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun sneered as he took a step forward. "Ah!" Yang Dingquan screamed in despair. He stabbed his sword at Yi Yun. However, at the same time, Yi Yun had kept the broken sword. For a despicable person like Yang Dingquan, how could he be worthy of being killed by the companion sword of the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner? It was a complete insult to the sword. This sword could only taste the blood of gods and demons like the bronze giant. With the broken sword put away, Yi Yun entered the battle unarmed. He directed a punch towards Yang Dingquan's face. "Ah!" Yang Dingquan screamed as he was punched in the face by Yi Yun. His facial bones sank in, and an eyeball popped out of its sockets. Yi Yun had completely smashed his facial features into a mess. Yi Yun turned his fist into the shape of a claw. Taking advantage of the momentum, he grabbed Yang Dingquan's face as he rushed forward, slamming the back of Yang Dingquan's head onto the metallic chamber walls. Pang! With a loud sound, the back of Yang Dingquan's head cracked open and blood splattered out. Yang Dingquan was left with 1 eye. There was no eyeball left, leaving an empty socket. His face was also gone. The back of his head was bleeding. The difference in strength between him and Yi Yun was too great. At this moment, Yi Yun turned his head and saw the scene of Yang Yefeng closing the door. Once the chamber's door was closed, then it could only be opened from outside. And this door was constructed of the same metal as the chains. The 2-foot-thick metallic door was many times stronger than the chains. It was not that easy to tear the door down even with the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner's broken sword. Farewell, Yi Yun. Although I do not know how you recovered your cultivation, that does not matter. Young Master Nantian will finish you off. Yang Yefeng used his Yuan Qi transmission to pass the message into Yi Yun's ears in a split second. He believed that Yi Yun could not break down the door. Even if he could do so, he definitely needed some time. And this time was sufficient for him to escape. Pa! The door closed. The sound of the metal locking was music to his ears. Yang Yefeng let out a long sigh. He could not stay here for long. He had to leave at once, and report everything that had happened to Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian could transmit his voice into the chamber as he had the array disc in hand, but Yang Yefeng had no way of sending the message out. However, when Yang Yefeng turned around, his blood froze. He saw that 3 feet away from him, Yi Yun was standing there like a ghost. His gaze was that of looking at a dead man. How could he be this quick? Yang Yefeng felt his world fall apart. He originally thought that he had seen a chance at living, but in the blink of an eye, he had entered hell once again. When Yi Yun was in the purple blood realm, his minute subtlety had given him speed that exceeded several Yuan Foundation realm elites. Furthermore, with Yi Yun already breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm, his speed at traveling short distances could be described like teleportation. It is the end. Yi Yun said calmly, as if he was the judge of fate. Yang Yefeng shouted wildly. He retaliated by stabbing at Yi Yun with a dagger. Yi Yun's Yuan Qi surged out, and he reached out his hand. With the advantage of power, he grabbed Yang Yefeng's wrist. Yuan Qi circulated as Yi Yun's energy increased. Ka-cha! With the sound of a bone snapping, Yang Yefeng's hand was twisted and broken by Yi Yun. Yang Yefeng's hand was twisted at an odd angle, giving him heartfelt pain. He gritted his teeth as he sent a punch towards Yi Yun's dantian. However, Yi Yun's other hand shot out like lightning, catching Yang Yefeng's other hand. With a repeat of events, another kacha was heard. The pain caused Yang Yefeng's face to distort. Both his hands had been twisted and broken by Yi Yun. The dagger in his hand dropped before Yi Yun caught it. You will die a horrible death." Yang Yefeng felt newborn despair as he stared venomously at Yi Yun and maliciously cursed him. However, Yi Yun only sneered. With a flick of his hand, the dagger pierced one of Yang Yefeng's white staring eyes. Pwah! His eyeball burst. Yi Yun had pierced the dagger deep into Yang Yefeng's eye socket. A powerful force completely surged through Yang Yefeng's brain. Yang Yefeng's body twitched as blood and brain juices flowed out from his eye socket. Yi Yun did not feel a thing from such a bloody scene. He was not a bloodthirsty man, but when his heart was filled with hatred, seeing such a bloody scene, it gave him a thrill that was difficult to be described with words. I had previously said, whatever you wanted to do to me, I would return to you identically. Chapter 367, Killing Altogether. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. After killing Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng, Yi Yun gathered their corpses together and shot a pure yang flame at the bodies. The two corpses crumbled into ashes immediately, completely disappearing. The high temperature from the pure yang flames could even vaporize ash. One could say that the corpses literally disappeared into thin air. Yi Yun destroyed everything that was Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. It really was wiping all evidence by destroying the corpses. This was the first time Yi Yun had killed someone in this and his previous life. Maybe he was slowly growing accustomed to this world where martial arts was placed above all. Maybe it was because he had gone through slaughtering desolate beasts in the divine wilderness, resulting in him slowly getting used to it. Or maybe it was because of his hatred for Yang Dingkuan and Yang Yefeng. At that moment, Yi Yun did not feel any remorse for killing them. On the contrary, he felt like he had released the discomfort he had suppressed and accumulated over the past few days. These 10 days was first marked by the pain of him nearly losing Jiang Xiao, and how he nearly lost his life. This came from the despair of being brutally beaten and nearly slaughtered. One could not rid themselves of their natural intentions. After suppressing all the feelings of being oppressed and tortured, a brutal streak had begun growing in him. The experience from the past few days could be considered a turning point in Yi Yun's life. In such desperate situations, a person could change a lot. Yi Yun looked up towards the sky. His gaze and perception had no way of seeing through the chamber's ceiling. He also did not know what was happening outside. He was waiting for the judgment of fate. He swore that this was the last time he was leaving it up to fate, or he would allow others to decide his survival. From today onwards, his fate would be controlled by him. If it was said that only mighty figures in this world had the ability to control their own fate, then he would become a might figure. If the great emperor realm was insufficient, then he would exceed a great emperor. At that moment in the night sky, the illusionary bone sword was being brandished. The sharp sword sheath split the starlight apart, and what was remaining was the bright color of blood that smeared the air. A Shinto family clan elder had been split in half by the sword chi. The elder screamed before his body was ground to bits by the sword chi. Another Shinto family clan elder had died. Up till now, 5 elders from the Shinto family clan had died. Those elders, whose cultivation level was not in the realm of the Emperor realm, had no way of defending themselves from the shepherd boy. Once the shepherd boy grabbed an opportunity, the outcome would be their deaths in one strike. The thought of retreating arose in those normal elders' minds. Although they were part of the Shinto family clan and had worked hard for it, they were not at the stage where they would not mind giving their lives up. To them, living was much more important than anything else. Oh! Realizing that the shepherd boy was approaching, the legendary figures hurriedly retreated. The myriad imperial king frowned. What are you afraid of? He was hit by the ancestor's death heavenly revolution a decade ago. It is impossible that he has recovered by now. I don't believe he can last all the way to the end. The myriad imperial king put his hand out, and behind him, the large floating bell flew towards his hand.
Dang! The bell rang.
In the Chu prefecture city, even though the citizens had been evacuated, those who heard it from tens of kilometers away felt their ears buzz and their hearts heavy. Those who were lower in cultivation level spat blood out from the tremors.
Dang!
The large bell rang again. As the sound waves approached, those mortals who were nearer to it could not withstand the surge of the sound wave. With a scream, they turned into a bloody mist as a result of the sound wave.
Ah! Some people let out shocking cries.
After 2 consecutive sound waves were sent surging, now there was so much blood that it nearly formed a river. King Chu was on a mountain peak far into the distance. When he saw the scene, he let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Ever since he heard the shepherd boy call out the myriad imperial king's title, he had guessed that the exchange of blows between great emperor realm rivals would definitely harm the Chu prefecture city, thus he evacuated the residents early on. However, there were too many people in the Chu prefecture city, so there was no way to complete an evacuation in time. This resulted in many innocent commoners dying. And what was tragic about this was that they did not die under the hands of the desolate race expert, the shepherd boy, rather they were killed by the myriad imperial king who was human. Be it the desolate race or mighty figures from the human race, they treated commoners like ants. The large black bell floated in front of the myriad imperial king. There were ghostly runes engraved on the large bell, making it look sinister and savage. My 10,000 ghost bell was strengthened using the souls of 10,000 human lords. However, it still lacks a person at the Emperor realm to be its main soul. 1,000 years ago, you killed my only son. Today, I will use your soul as my 10,000 bells main soul, so as to commemorate my only son's spirit. Oh! That is really tragic. Your body is impotent, and you do not have any descendants. What other meaning is there to life? The shepherd boy sneered in a mocking fashion. The imperial kings had a long life, and he would usually have several wives and concubines, resulting in countless numbers of descendants. However, the myriad imperial king had cultivated an ancient evil cultivation technique and had gone astray. He also cultivated the ghost Dao death spirit skills, so he had already lost his potency. It was very difficult for a deathly body to create life-giving essence, hence, when his only son was killed, this created an irreconcilable feud. Courting death. The shepherd boy had touched a sore spot, resulting in the myriad imperial king's eyes turning blood red. Dawn. He rang the 10,000 ghost bell and sent terrifying sound waves out. The tremors had split the earth open below them. Due to the resonance from the sound wave, the ground became like a water surface. Ripples in the ground appeared like water ripples. Muddy waves spread out in a circular manner. It caused the Chu royal residence, which was mostly destroyed, to collapse completely. Countless numbers of pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water bodies turned into ruins. The ground caved in, causing even the foundations of the towers to completely churn upwards. This was just the fallout. In fact, the highly condensed sound waves from the 10,000 ghost bell had been directed at the shepherd boy. A soul attack was embedded in the sound waves. Against the 10,000 ghost bell's sound waves, the shepherd boy gently flipped his hand, and a short bamboo flute appeared in his hand. He carried this bamboo flute everywhere. Even when he led the beast horde, he would use this bamboo flute to transmit his intentions. A sweet and melodious tune came out of the flute. It clashed with the extensive bell sound waves. Boom! The sound wave explosion shook the surroundings. The strongest attacks hidden in the sound waves were their own sword of the soul. Soul attacks were the most dangerous. If a backlash happened, there would be extremely serious consequences. The two people's souls crossed. Illusions flooded their minds as they reached a stalemate. In the sky, the myriad imperial king's soul formed into a burning blood-colored skull, which looked like an evil demon entering the world. It was infinitely oppressive. And behind the shepherd boy, it was a scene of the vast wilderness. In the vast wilderness, there were divine dragons and phoenixes flying about. They may not be real divine beasts, but even if they weren't, they were primitive sacred desolate beasts whose bloodline was extremely close. The phantom images of the two great emperors appeared at the same time. This battle had reached its hottest point. The shepherd boy and the myriad imperial king are fighting with their souls. Now they are in a deadlock. It is the best opportunity to kill him. About 10 kilometers away, Shinto Nantian shouted. However, the few Shinto family clan elders were hesitant. Previously, their companions had died horribly. Move. If you kill the shepherd boy and use his blood to refine a divine elixir, I will give one to each of you. If you retreat without fighting, there will be punishments once the ancestor gets wind of this. Shinto Nantian even used the Shinto patriarch as a threat. Under this threat, and with the temptation of the shepherd boy's blood elixir, a total of 7 people consisting of the remaining 5 elders, along with Elder Su and Elder Mo, charged at the shepherd boy. They all used their best moves, in a bid to kill the shepherd boy in one strike. At that moment, the shepherd boy and the myriad imperial king were in a deadlock, so he was the perfect target. The divine beams formed into one, like a rainbow cloud that covered the sky, and situated in the middle of the cloud was the shepherd boy. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. Was the battle ending? Boom! All the attacks exploded in the night sky at the same time. The air was like a picture scroll that was torn apart by the terrifying impact. Blinding lights from the energy made everyone shut their eyes. And the powerful energy formed a force field that formed an isolation barrier, which prevented others from using their perception to probe what was going on within it. They did not know what the outcome of the battle in the sky was. The 7 legendary figures had teamed up to attack him, and at that moment, the shepherd boy was resisting the 10,000 ghost bells ringing. Under this situation, there was no one who could withstand it. Is the battle over? The shepherd boy is dead. The light slowly dissipated as people focused their eyes upwards. They realized that the empty air had disappeared. What was in front of their eyes was like an immortal paradise in the sky. It was a vast blue sea that sparkled. And above the sea, there was an island. A sea that floated in the sky, and a small island within the sea. That island was covered with spiritual fountains, and was spring-like, forming an idyllic scene. There were peach trees that had grown healthily on this land for thousands of years. At that moment, the peach blossoms went into full bloom. As the petals fell, it formed a rain of flowers. And as light dispersed through this rain, a green cow could be seen walking amongst the flowers. Green cow, peach blossoms, Paradise Island. The green-dressed shepherd boy was standing in this paradise. His green clothes were stained with blood while he held his bamboo flute. The shepherd boy was injured. The silver blood slowly flowed down the shepherd boy's fingers before it began dripping. The pink peach blossoms, the silver blood suddenly formed a beautiful picture. Chapter 368, The Blood of the Desolate Race. The shepherd boy's silver blood flowed down, landing on the paradise's soil beneath his feet before being absorbed by the paradise's ground. It did not drop onto normal ground. Seeing this divine paradise soil, the hearts of the Shinto family clan elders tightened. Domain. This single island immortal paradise was the shepherd boy's domain. Many warriors had their own domains, so it was not uncommon. However, the shepherd boy's domain was clearly extraordinary. He had used this domain to withstand the combined attack of the 7 experts and the 10,000 Imperial King. He is injured and bleeding. The blood of the desolate race is much more precious than our human blood. Once they bleed, it means that they are seriously injured. The blood of the desolate race could be refined into elixirs, which illustrated how precious their blood was. The 10,000 Imperial King looked at the blood flowing out of the shepherd boy's mouth and grinned. If I'm not wrong, our combined attack has made the death heavenly revolution stir up in his body. And my 10,000 ghost bell should have hurt his soul.
The 10,000 Imperial King was very confident about the effects of his 10,000 bell attack. He refused to believe that even the shepherd boy could remain unharmed after being attacked while in a deadlock with him. It's the end, let us all attack. Break his domain apart, and we can kill him. Then we shall have his desolate blood and refine elixirs from it, so we can share them. A few Shintu family clan elders looked each other in the eye as they made their minds up. The desolate race's blood elixirs were extremely precious. Even if it could not let them have a breakthrough, it could catalyze their body's potential, thus extending their lifespan. The 7 elders attacked together and used all sorts of laws. The divine powers rushed into the sky like a rainbow tidal wave surging towards the shepherd boy's domain. Boom! All the attacks landed on the Paradise Island domain. The domain shook violently. On the Paradise Island, the petals of the peach blossoms fell like bloody rain. The shepherd boy was standing below a 10,000-year-old peach tree, looking indifferent. When the powerful forces tore the Paradise Island apart, a shocking crack appeared on the ground. People believed that they were on the brink of splitting the domain apart. However, at this moment, the shepherd boy suddenly held his illusionary bone sword and wiped his palm over it, staining it with his silver blood. Chi. The silver blood burned and it transformed into a spotless white flame. This flame had been used by the shepherd boy previously. However, this time, he had used his blood as fuel, so the power of the flame could no longer be compared to last time. Roar! Behind the shepherd boy, a earth-shattering roar that sounded like a primitive, sacred, desolate beast spread out. This power was imbued into the shepherd boy's body. He slashed with his sword, causing the order of heaven and earth to collapse. The combined efforts of the elders released a Yuan Qi divine force, but it could not block the shepherd boy's attack at all. The divine beam collapsed as all the attacks disappeared. As for the shepherd boy's flaming sword, it pierced forward without any resistance. Sha! A Shintu family clan elder screamed. He was split apart from the hip down. The white flame swallowed him, burning the elder's blood and his mind into ash. What? When the other elders saw this scene, they were terror-stricken. They had thought that the shepherd boy was a spent force, so they had combined forces to attack him again. Now, with a look, his strength had become even more terrifying after being injured. Against the shepherd boy, they felt a fear in their hearts. This desolate race great emperor was simply unfathomable. The shepherd boy sent a stab at the 10,000 Imperial King with his illusionary bone sword. The 10,000 Imperial King was alarmed. You actually don't mind spending your desolate blood to fight me? Is this just to save a human? Is it even worth it? The shepherd boy remained quiet. White flames surged from the sword, burning the emptiness. These flames seemed to spontaneously form runic lines. This was the array runic lines formed when one's fire laws reached an extreme. It represented the origins of the heaven and earth great Tao. The successor has promised me something. So in return, I definitely have to uphold my promise. The shepherd boy said calmly. The shepherd boy had used all his strength with this attack. The white beam was like jade as it lit up the entire night sky. It stretched all the way to the horizon and it seemed infinite. Even the arm of the galaxy in the sky disappeared as it was overpowered by the divine light. The white flames burned, forming a wispy sound as it resounded in the heavens. It was as if the ancient river of time had been reversed. Against this tsunami-like attack, the 10,000 Imperial King's face displayed a ferocious expression. He knew that he had to go all out, otherwise, the shepherd boy would kill him. Roar! A beast-like roar came from within his body. His rotting, dried-up skin swelled up. In an instant, a deathly aura exploded as 10,000 ghosts wailed. From within the 10,000 Imperial King's body, a red skeleton rushed forward. As the skeleton howled, it charged at the shepherd boy. At the same time, the 10,000 Imperial King threw the 10,000 ghost bell at the shepherd boy.
As the bell gave a deafening sound, it was like a mountain of hell flying towards the shepherd boy. The 10,000 Imperial King's aspect totem, which had his soul attack embedded in it, left his body, and at the same time, all of his Yuan Qi was injected into the large bell. The two combined into one, and this was the strongest attack the 10,000 Imperial King could use. He believed that no matter how sharp the shepherd boy's sword was, the shepherd boy had no way of breaking through this killer attack. Seeing the 10,000 ghost bell and the bloody skeleton attacking him, a cold expression flashed on the shepherd boy's face. He attacked with his palm, and at the same time, injected the power of Desolates into his palm, rupturing his blood vessels, which caused some of his blood to splatter. The shepherd boy's palm had turned into a bloody palm. Dang! With a tumultuous explosion, the palm made a direct impact on the large bell. The weight could not be estimated. The ghost bell, that had 10,000 Lord Realm souls in it, quaked. A depression immediately appeared on the thick and heavy bell. It was a clear and visible palm print. The shepherd boy's silver blood was left behind on the 10,000 ghost bell as well. The metal that was used to construct the 10,000 ghost bell actually melted, turning into molten metal under the burning blood. The shepherd boy's blood had burned a hole through the 10,000 ghost bell. There were unfathomable powers in the desolate race great emperor's blood. Xie! 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 The flames burned as the souls began to howl in pain. These were the tortured souls that were sealed in the 10,000 ghost bell. They were burned by the white flames, turning into ash instantaneously. Although the process was painful, it was a form of release for them. As the wails increased, an unknown number of souls had been burned to ash in the blink of an eye. You burnt the souls in my 10,000 ghost bell. The 10,000 Imperial King's eyes turned red. However, at this moment, his energy had been emptied out and he was powerless to stop it. The shepherd boy roared and pushed the 10,000 ghost bell away from him with one hand. He raised his illusionary bone sword and carried on slashing. Roar! The bloody skeleton roared as it bit at the shepherd boy. This bloody skeleton was the 10,000 Imperial King's aspect totem. It could swallow a person's soul. If it was allowed free rein in a crowd, the people who were devoured by it would lose their souls, turning into walking zombies. However, against this bloody skeleton, the shepherd boy did not dodge it. He charged forward together with his sword. His entire person had transformed into a sword beam. At this moment, it was as if he himself had turned into a peerless divine sword. That terrifying sword intent had protected the shepherd boy's soul. With his flesh as the sword, and his soul also as a sword, his sword now didn't meet any resistance as it surpassed everything under the sky. Break! The shepherd boy let out a long cry. His blood burned on the illusionary bone sword as the surrounding flames condensed into runic lines of the great Tao origins. At this moment, all of them reversed and injected themselves into the sword. Sha! The sword pierced all the way through the blood-colored skeleton, till it reached the 10,000 Imperial King. The bone sword's blade shone with white light that resembled jade, and it was no more than 3 feet away than the 10,000 Imperial King. You burst through my blood skeleton head-on. The 10,000 Imperial King's expression twisted. Seeing that he had no way to avoid it, he put his dried-up claws out to grab the shepherd boy's neck. He wanted to force the shepherd boy to retract his attack and defend by the threat of exchanging injuries. However, when the shepherd boy stabbed with his sword, he had no intentions to dodge again. Once his sword was unsheathed, it had to taste blood. The illusionary bone sword pierced straight ahead. He did not defend. Pwah! The sword stabbed into the 10,000 Imperial King's left chest, piercing through his heart. The white blood flame seeped into the 10,000 Imperial King's body, and began to spread out like an explosion. From his heart, it spread to all the neighboring blood vessels. It burned all his blood into ash. However, at the same time, the 10,000 Imperial King let out a strange cry as his ghastly claws had pierced the shepherd boy's chest. 10 bloody holes were left on the shepherd boy's body, and black gas surged around like plumes of black smoke being released.
The 10,000 Imperial King's claws were poisonous.
However, the claws had not managed to grab the shepherd boy's heart. The desolate blood flame on the shepherd boy's sword burned the 10,000 Imperial King's Yuan Qi away, destroying all possibility of survival. It also prevented him from breaking through the shepherd boy's protective power of desolates.
Xie. The sword swept ahead, and the 10,000 Imperial King was split into two by the shepherd boy.
After the 10,000 Imperial King's corpse was split apart, it lost its Yuan Qi protection. Hence, it no longer had the ability to withstand the shepherd boy's desolate blood flame.
It was reduced to ashes in the air. A ghastly emperor had been annihilated in such a manner.
Seeing the ashes spreading down and slowly disappearing in the sky, the Shintu family clan elders were fear-stricken.
It was too terrifying.
This was the blood of a desolate race's great emperor, just the power of the blood was so terrifying. This was also why many members of the human race were desperate for the blood of the desolate race. However, the blood of the desolate race was not only used to refine elixirs, it could also be used to kill someone. The shepherd boy's face was pale. There were 10 bloody holes on his chest, and silver blood flowed out from the holes, and at this time, his silver blood was slightly contaminated.
The poison that the 10,000 Imperial King used was not common.
It had been condensed and refined from toxin laws. Even if it was the blood of a desolate race's great emperor, the poison would still corrode it. The shepherd boy has killed a human great emperor. On the Tai Divine Kingdom's side, King Chu and company were frightened and distraught. This was such a terrifying matter. For the Chu Prefecture city today, it was destined to be a day that was going to be remembered. A great emperor had actually died in their Chu Prefecture city. A human great emperor was a legend to the Tai Divine Kingdom. It was rare to meet one, but now, one of them had died. Furthermore, they had witnessed the death of this great emperor with their own eyes. Looking back at the shepherd boy, his green clothes were stained with blood and he looked pale. He was also poisoned, and seemed to be at his limit, like a candle flickering in the wind.
Could he still fight?
Such a question flashed in King Chu's mind. Although it was an opposing force, the shepherd boy's peerless grandeur had completely impressed King Chu. It was all because of his peerless talent.
Chapter 369, Finally leaving Taiya.
The divine lights of the laws began to slowly fade in the vast sky. The arm of the galaxy once again began to shimmer in the sky, and now, the entire Chu Prefecture city was in complete ruins. With the Chu royal residence as the core, it seemed to have been attacked by a terrible storm. All the nearby buildings had completely collapsed, while the Chu royal residence had been reduced to dust, not even leaving behind any wreckage. The shepherd boy stood under the bright moon, holding the illusionary bone sword in one hand and the bamboo flute in the other.
A breeze blew, fluttering his green clothes. His elegance and talent seemed peerless. His pair of eyes stared at the Shintu family clan elders. That deep stare seemed to resemble the endless starry sky above his head. He's injured, and should be very seriously injured at that. He should be on the verge of his limits. Ignoring the death heavenly revolution left in his body, even the wound on his chest has been infected by toxins. He is bleeding black blood. The shepherd boy's condition was clear to everyone, but even then, no one dared to go forward. The shepherd boy had previously killed 6 of the Shintu family clan elders, and then the 10,000 Imperial King. This was too great a shock for them. Furthermore, every time they thought they could kill him, they were killed by him instead. Hence, even if they knew that he had damaged his life force, none of the Shintu family clan elders dared to make a move. Even Elder Su and Elder Mo did not go forth. The pressure was too great. Maybe if they all piled on, maybe then they would be able to prevent the heavily injured shepherd boy from leaving. However, there was no doubt that they would only be left with a few people in the end. They might even all die together with the shepherd boy. No one was willing to make such a sacrifice. At this moment,
people saw that a black mist was emerging from the 10 claw wounds on the shepherd boy's chest. Shie! 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 After the black mist left the wounds, it burned in the air, quickly being reduced to ash. When people saw this, their hearts tightened. He is using the power of desolates to force the toxins out of his body. This is not good, we cannot let him force the poison out. If he completely recovers, we will be even less of a match for him. We might even all die here today. The shepherd boy was unexpectedly healing himself in the air, completely ignoring them. This made many of the Shinto elders aggrieved. It was as if they did not exist. They knew that if they did not attack the shepherd boy now, they would lose their greatest advantage in battle. However, no one dared to make a move against him. Everyone knew that the first few who went forward would definitely end up dead. While they looked on, the black mist being emitted out of the shepherd boy increased. With a chi-chi-chi sound, a pure white flame started to burn on the shepherd boy's chest. If this went on, they would not stand a chance if they only remained motionless. See? The illusionary bone sword flashed a cold beam. Under the moonlight, the white bone sword the shepherd boy held looked like an elephant's white tusk. What do we do? A Shinto family clan elder asked Elder Su and Elder Mo. Elder Su and Elder Mo's expressions were ugly as they felt irrevocably committed. What else can we do? We cannot really wait for him to recover and let him kill all of us? Let's protect the young master and leave. Hearing Elder Mo's words, the Shinto family clan's other elders felt aggrieved. Although they, in name, were leaving to protect Shinto Nantian, they were in fact escaping. They had the numbers advantage, and had even set up the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array. Even with the addition of the 10,000 Imperial King, they had still been sent scurrying away by the shepherd boy. This had turned into a huge joke. However, now, if they did not take the opportunity to escape while the shepherd boy was still recovering from the poisoning, they had no other methods. Evacuate the Chu Prefecture city. When Elder Su said this, the elders looked at each other and reluctantly accepted reality. They kept their guard up and retreated in the air bit by bit, to the point of them being several miles away. Only then did they take Shinto Nantian along with them to rapidly evacuate. From the beginning to the end, the shepherd boy looked on indifferently. He did not attack again. He was indeed on the verge of his limits. It was not because of the toxins from the 10,000 Imperial King, but because of the death heavenly revolution left within his body by the Shinto Patriarch a decade ago. Just now, he had used the blood of the desolate race to kill the 10,000 Imperial King, but that had caused the death heavenly revolution in his body to begin moving. He was almost on the verge of being unable to repress it. Under this situation, if he had forcefully killed the Shinto family clan elders, he would have to pay a terrible price. Not only would he have to enter a recovery phase again, but he would also have to hurt his life force. If he really hurt his life force, then it would be very difficult to recover, even if he nursed himself back to health for decades. The Shinto family clan has retreated. The Taiya Divine Kingdom's warriors looked as the Shinto family clan retreated to a distance of tens of miles away from the Chu Prefecture city before they turned and fled. Soon, they disappeared into the night. This scene made many of their hearts go cold. The shepherd boy had sent the Shinto family clan running single-handedly. From the contents of their past conversations, the shepherd boy's strength did not decrease but actually increased, although he was hit by the death heavenly revolution in the huge battle a decade ago. As such, the Shinto family clan had severely underestimated the shepherd boy's strength. The Taiya Divine Kingdom warriors were extremely nervous. They were afraid that the shepherd boy would suddenly attack them. If he was angered, the Chu Prefecture city would be pulled in. Once the huge slaughter began, only a few amongst them would live on. It was a very easy matter for a great emperor to destroy a city. However, at this moment, the shepherd boy's focus was not on the Taiya Divine Kingdom's warriors. After he forced out the last toxins in his body, he held the illusionary bone sword and hovered above the Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's core. The illusionary bones sent out 3 flashing beams, and these 3 waterfall-like sword beams streaked across the ground.
Sheila! It was as if white lightning had struck. The Heaven-Earth Imperial Array's barrier violently trembled and completely burst open the next moment.
Following that, the shepherd boy sent out another slash. The Chu royal residence's chamber had been split open by his attack. In the chamber, Yi Yun heard a rumbling of energy explosions. He looked up and saw a sword beam split open the chamber's dome.
A ray of moonlight spilled down from the huge crack and into the dome, lighting up his face.
Ever since he was locked in the dark chamber, where day and night could not be distinguished, he had not seen the long-absent sight of moonlight.
And now, bathing in the moonlight, Yi Yun felt as if he had reincarnated.
He seemed to have died once in the past 10 days.
And today, he was reborn.
He would make every effort to explore the highest realms of martial arts. He wanted to control his own fate, and control the fates of the people around him. Under the moon, the shepherd boy's green clothes were stained with blood. He looked like a pristine piece of jade. With the illusionary bone sword in hand, he looked at Yi Yun without any emotions. There was no emotions in his voice as he said, "Follow me." After saying that, the shepherd boy spoke no more. He turned around and left, not giving Yi Yun another glance.
Yi Yun felt an invisible force wrap around his body as his body began to fly.
Under the moon, the shepherd boy kept his sword in hand as he flew towards the starry sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, giving him an extreme charm. And behind him, Yi Yun was following closely behind. The shepherd boy did not speak a word. Yi Yun too remained silent. He never expected that such a day would happen. He had been imprisoned by a large human faction, yet it was the desolate race's shepherd boy who saved him. Thinking back to the first encounter, of him meeting the shepherd boy in the divine wilderness, the shepherd boy was then riding a green cow, crossing the Blackwater swamp. That scene seemed like a dream. Back then, Yi Yun had never expected the shepherd boy to have such an identity. The two of them flew silently, with one before the other. They slowly disappeared into the horizon, hidden by the bright light of the moon. Only when the two of them completely disappeared did the Tai A Divine Kingdom's warriors exhale. The backs of many of them were drenched with cold sweat. The shepherd boy had given them too great a pressure. Maybe we were too tiny, so the shepherd boy did not even bother killing us. An old man smiled bitterly. The shepherd boy had passed by the Tai A Divine Kingdom and saved Yi Yun. Those who were watching by the sides were probably nothing more than a bunch of ants to the shepherd boy. When a person encountered a group of ants while walking, except for naughty children, probably no one would purposely walk over to step the ants to death. He has saved Yi Yun, but Yi Yun has already become a cripple.
A human lord sighed. Many people from the Tai A Divine Kingdom felt pity for Yi Yun.
Many of them felt sorry that Yi Yun had been crippled.
That might not be so.
The shepherd boy's powers are godly.
He might have a way to recover Yi Yun's cultivation. Another human lord said. However, many of them shook their heads when they heard it.
With the frost toxins in his body, and his meridians destroyed, who knows what sorts of treasures are needed to join back his meridians? Furthermore, ignoring the fact that the desolate race might not use such treasures on Yi Yun might also not be able to handle such medicine. Even if we took 10,000 steps back and all those conditions were fulfilled, and a great amounts of time will be lost to join back Yi Yun's meridians. And the meridians that are joined back might not be as good as they originally were.
There might be some hidden injuries left behind. If that happened, then Yi Yun might only become a peak human lord.
Becoming a sage would be difficult, let alone becoming a great emperor. In the Tai A Divine Kingdom's history, there was no lack of geniuses who were peerless. However, due to sudden severe injuries, their bodies and talents were no longer the same after they recovered. Their cultivation was slowly caught up to by their peers, and finally their potential was exhausted. In the end, they just vanished in the crowd.
There were too many examples of this.
People suspected that Yi Yun would end up the same.
Just thinking about it made them sigh. A proud son of heaven had fallen just like that. Although he was still alive, he had lost the halo around him. The higher one fell from, the greater the tragedy. One had to live on a grade life in hatred and despair after suddenly losing everything overnight. For one, who was originally used to being cheered on by others and being admired by all around him, to carry on living in a weak state with all one's powers gone, with no chances of revenge, death would probably be more than blissful. Everything is predestined. When the Shinto family clan came, we thought we had seen hope. However, who knew that such an outcome would occur? With them now retreated, who knows if they will return? King Chu looked at the Chu Prefecture city's wreckage with a heavy heart. Although they were extremely disappointed with the Shinto family clan and were very unhappy, the Taiya Divine Kingdom warriors were still afraid that the Shinto family clan would just leave. If the shepherd boy went back, he could likely make a return. He could then set off another beast horde and destroy the Taiya Divine Kingdom. As for the Shinto family clan, although they were overbearing and cruel, they were at least on the side of humans. To expect a bunch of tigers, leopards, wolves and other beasts of prey to help them, was a tragedy brought forth from their weakness. Chapter 370, Humans and Desolates Have Different Paths. Yi Yun flew behind the shepherd boy for an unknown period of time. While flying, Yi Yun did not find the speed to be fast, nor did the wind, blowing at him, feel forceful. In fact, it could be said to be gentle. However, the scene of the ground beneath him was quickly changing, as if space was being distorted. Senior shepherd boy, where is my sister? Yi Yun could not help but ask after flying for 2 hours. He was currently most worried about Jiang Shuro's whereabouts. The shepherd boy did not respond until he landed Yi Yun on the top of a mountain. Looking around, it was desolate lands and canyons. There were several 100-meter-tall ancient trees around, towering into the sky. Yi Yun recognized that this was the Cloud Wilderness. Standing on a mountain peak of the Cloud Wilderness, the strong winds blew coldly. Yi Yun brushed away the hair that had covered his eyes, and cupped his hands. Senior shepherd boy, Yi Yun will remember the debt of you saving me. I will definitely repay you in the future. The shepherd boy was silent and had his back facing Yi Yun. Yi Yun hesitated for a while before asking again, Senior, I want to ask. Where is my sister? The shepherd boy looked at the endless expanse of land from the mountain peak as he said calmly, You do not need to remember this gratitude, neither do I need you to repay this gratitude. I saved you because I agreed to the successor's request. As for the successor, she has promised under the conditions. So, you do not owe me anything. Now, I have saved you, and you can leave. Leave? Yi Yun's eyebrows ticked. How could he leave just like this? He had not even seen Jiang Xiao. Senior, I wish to meet my sister. Yi Yun said earnestly. The shepherd boy sighed and shook his head. The human race and the desolate race were originally two separate worlds. There is animosity between the two. You do not need to meet the successor, besides. She is not your sister. The fate between the two of you shall end here. Hearing the shepherd boy's words, Yi Yun's heart tightened. Their fate will end? He and Jiang Shiro had relied on one another along the way, going through thick and thin together. However, now with the shepherd boy's simple words, their fate was ending? Senior shepherd boy. If it is as you said, that the human race and the desolate race are two completely different worlds, and my fate with her has come to an end, then I want to meet my sister once and hear it from her. If she too thinks that our fate has ended, then I will leave immediately and never again interfere with her life. Yi Yun said those words in a deep voice. He did not believe that Jiang Shiro would feel like their fate had ended. The relationship between Jiang Shiro and him could not be compared to the relationship between Jiang Shiro and the desolate race which she had not interacted before. The shepherd boy turned around and looked at Yi Yun. His hair was flying in the wind as his eyes looked deep like the ocean. You do not need to meet her, neither will she meet you. This was promised by her at the beginning. It is also one of the conditions I had for saving you.
What? Hearing this, Yi-Yun felt his heart suddenly wrench. Jiang Xioro had gotten the shepherd boy to save him under such conditions. Although he guessed that his sister's status among the desolate race was phenomenal, she had no strength. She would be restricted in the many things she wanted to do. Without any questions, when Jiang Xioro pleaded the shepherd boy to save him, she must have agreed to several conditions. What else has she promised? Yi-Yun asked. The shepherd boy's words made him feel somewhat depressed. As for the rest, they deal with her cultivation and the desolate race. These things, you do not have to know, nor do you need to worry about them. Although the things I made the successor agree to are things she is not willing to do now, it is all for her own good. It is also for the desolate race's future. Humans and desolates have different paths, so it is best that you forget her. Let me give you another word of advice. Quickly grow up. The peaceful years might not last for long. The next time we meet, we might be enemies. When the shepherd boy said this, he turned around and was about to leave. Yi-Yun shouted from behind him, "Hold on. What else is there?" The shepherd boy's back faced Yi-Yun as he had no intention to turn around again. The peaceful years might not last for long. Is your desolate race going to go to war with the human race? The shepherd boy said, "Not necessarily, but it is possible that we have to." Originally, destroying Ta was the prelude to this battle. The orders from the Lord was to make a way through Taiya, Yunlong and the other surrounding countries, so that the divine wilderness would annex the territories of those countries, leaving the divine wilderness to spread all the way to the Tianyuan world. The Tianyuan world is also what you call the Western regions. However, by accident, we found the successor and are no longer in a hurry to do so. Besides, the successor is kind, she does not wish to see Taiya turn into a river of blood. Open up the divine wilderness all the way to the Tianyuan world? When Yi-Yun heard this, his mind trembled. Yi-Yun did not know of the Tianyuan world. Originally, Tianyuan was the center point of a go board, with Yuan marking the beginnings or the origins. It seemed that the Tianyuan world was the center of this world. As for the Taiya Divine Kingdom, it was a country that was far from the world's center. As the Tianyuan world was to the west of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, the Taiya Divine Kingdom would generally call the area the Western regions. As for the Divine Wilderness, it was situated to the north of the Taiya Divine Kingdom. If the shepherd boy set off a beast horde and swallowed the entire Taiya Divine Kingdom, then all the cities would turn into ruins. The land would become the land of the desolate beasts. Then the Taiya Divine Kingdom would really become a part of the Divine Wilderness. If the Divine Wilderness and the Tianyuan world were connected, then, with the Divine Wilderness as the base, the desolate race could set off a beast horde to attack the Tianyuan world directly. And the Shintu family clan was located in the Tianyuan world. Yi-Yun knew that the desolate race had a feud with the Shintu family clan. Previously, the desolate race had set off a beast horde in a bid to destroy the Shintu family clan, but they ultimately failed. However, during that time, the shepherd boy had set off a beast horde deep within enemy territory, without backup. He could not rely on the Divine Wilderness. If a channel to the Divine Wilderness was opened up, then there could be endless hordes of desolate beasts that could come from the Divine Wilderness, straight into the Tianyuan world. When that happened, the outcome of the war would probably change. Can I know the identity of my sister? She was originally a high-ranking member of the desolate race, yet she ended up in the Cloud Wilderness. Then how did Shintu Nantian recognize her identity with a glance? Why does the desolate race and the Shintu family clan have such an irreconcilable feud? Yi-Yun always wanted to know the secrets behind this matter and understand Jiang Xioro's childhood. However, the shepherd boy had no intention of explaining. He lightly said, "You do not need to know." After he said that, the shepherd boy flew away. His green figure quickly disappeared into the night, leaving Yi-Yun standing on the high mountain. He was currently lost in thoughts. The shepherd boy had left. The desolate plains were quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Yi Yun was for a while confused. Although he had escaped danger, he had not managed to meet Jiang Xiaoro. In the future, it would be extremely difficult to meet her again. If they met again, she was one of the desolate race, while he was of the human race. What would happen? He naturally could not return to the Tai Divine Kingdom. So, where should he go? The Divine Wilderness. With his strength, it was unlikely that he could cross it. Then, should he cross the Cloud Wilderness? For a moment, Yi Yun did not know where he should go. He was urgently in need of improving his strength. After separating from Yi Yun, the shepherd boy flew extremely fast. His goal was the Tai Divine City. To save Yi Yun, he had been delayed for too long. He had even been wounded. While flying, the shepherd boy suddenly felt something in his mind. A distant voice rang in his mind. The message was short. It said, "The seal has diminished. Slow down." The shepherd boy took a deep breath when he heard that the seal diminished. In his eyes, which had always seemed carefree, a rare glimmer of expectation and hope now appeared. It was finally beginning. Everything was going according to plan. And an unexpected surprise was the return of the successor. The successor, who had disappeared for several years, had not died. With this, maybe he could be able to open up a new era for the desolate race. Author's note: I'm thankful to everyone, seeing all your comments. Many of the comments have made me feel warm. I'm an emotional writer. Although I've written for several years, and should have trained to have a good state, however, it is a fact that most authors do not have this ability. Especially when working hard at writing and when the stress from writing becomes more intense. I am thankful to everyone. Thank you to all the warm-hearted and cute readers. You are my support, allowing me to reach this stage. The plot of True Martial World will begin a transition, and a new chapter will begin soon.